In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. We are one of the largest global IT service providers, who are focused on helping Indian organizations drive digital transformation. We are the de facto partner of choice for the Indian energy sector, in their energy transformation initiatives. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more. In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. We are one of the largest global IT service providers, who are focused on helping Indian organizations drive digital transformation. We are the de facto partner of choice for the Indian energy sector, in their energy transformation initiatives. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more. In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. We are one of the largest global IT service providers, who are focused on helping Indian organizations drive digital transformation. We We are the de facto partner of choice for the Indian energy sector in their energy transformation initiatives. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more. In this era of extreme possibilities,
तो मिलेगा ही, इससे बिजली भी पैदा होगी। पानी तो मिलेगा ही, इससे बिजली भी पैदा होगी। पानी तो मिलेगा ही, इससे बिजली भी पैदा होगी।
Hi, good morning, all of you. We'll be starting the inaugural session in next 5 minutes time. So I request all of you to kindly take your seats so that we can start the National Sustainable Energy Innovation Conclave in next 5 minutes time. Thank you so much.
पानी तो मिलेगा ही, इससे बिजली भी पैदा होगी।
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. We are one of the largest global IT service providers, who are focused on helping Indian organizations drive digital transformation. We are the de facto partner of choice for the Indian energy sector, in their energy transformation initiatives. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more. In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. We are one of the largest global IT service providers, who are focused on helping Indian organizations drive digital transformation. We are the de facto partner of choice for the Indian energy sector, in their energy transformation initiatives. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services.
Hello. Good morning to all of you. I, Shobhi Goswami, co-founder of APAC News Network, welcome all of you at the inaugural of National Sustainable Energy Innovation Conclave, which is hosted by the Central Electricity Authority, Ministry of Power, Government of India, and organized by APAC News Network. Today, we have galaxy of speakers from the energy ecosystem of the country, be it Government of India, be it state governments, as well as the industry leaders who have joined us to discuss and deliberate upon various aspects of building that sustainable energy ecosystem, where we talk about innovation, technology, challenges, as well as opportunities. And we have a special focus on the theme of cybersecurity, because we all know the stream of cyber attacks happening for the important installations, especially pertaining to the energy sector in the country. So there's a need of the hour that we come out of our silos and work together to make a cyber resilient ecosystem to ensure that cyber secured energy ecosystem has been built in the country of India. So without taking much time, I would like to invite the honorable speakers who are joining us for the inaugural session. The theme of inaugural session is securing India's power and energy future through conducive policies and sustainable technology. For that, let me invite Sri Rajnath Ram, Advisor, Power and Energy, Niti Aayog, Government of India. Huge round of applause for him. He'll be the special address of the inaugural session. Let me also invite Sri Arun Mahesh Babu, IAS Managing Director, Uttar Gujarat Witch Company and Gujarat Power Corporation Limited, Government of Gujarat. We welcome you, sir. Huge round of applause for him. I also request Sri Musharraf Farooqi, IAS Chairman and Managing Director, Southern Power Distribution Company of Telangana Limited, to come on stage, please. A huge round of applause for him. I also invite Mr. MVR Kumar, Head, India Business Group, Yash Technologies, a veteran industry leader. We welcome you, Mr. Kumar. We also invite Mr. Parag Sharma, CEO and founder, O2 Power, to come on stage, please. We welcome you. And we also welcome Mr. Uday Singh, CEO and MD, Schneider Electric Infrastructure Limited, to come on stage, please. A huge round of applause for him as well. Before we start the inaugural session, let me invite Mr. LKS Rathore, Director, Cyber Security, Central Electricity Authority, to give his opening remarks. Over to you, sir. A huge round of applause for him.
Respected dignitaries in the dais, distinguished participants, my friends and my colleagues. It is a great privilege for me to Part of the opening ceremony of this sustainable and innovation of the in energy sector with the resilience power sector. Right now, whatever we are facing in the power sector, we are the surplus in the generation, the demand in the power sector, which is the not more than the 240 gigawatt, and we having the capacity of the approximately 430 gigawatt. That part is over. Second part, the quality of power, whatever we needed in the grid and in the household, at the last point of our electricity consumers, that also up to the certain extent it is over. Means that we achieve that one, the grid parameter like the voltage drop or the frequency or the harmonics in the grid system, that is also achieved by us. Third things, the safe electricity reach to the end point of the customer, means that without any accident, the electric supply to the end of the consumer, end of the in this sector or the industry, that also we are going to achieve. Almost it is the one of the challenge, but the as on today, whatever the happening in the 2012 or 13, that is almost minimized up to the 60%, sir. Now what is the new challenges? The big challenges come into the right now in this era, means after the corona, the thought of the intellectual mind is diverting toward the other sector, other part of this power sector, that is nothing but the make cyber disturbance in our power sector. This is the big challenges for the today's power sector. The government of India making so many policies to make the power sector the cyber resilience. One part is that setting up the CSERT. The setting up the CSERT. Second initiative, the CS Cyber Security Guideline 21, which is nothing but the right now small Bible for this cyber security aspect. Third thing, the CA is going to prepare the draft regulation, and it is under the consideration with our stakeholder, and that will be coming within maybe shortly 6 months. It will helpful to make the cyber secure power sector. Another aspect which is to be initiated by the government of India, that is the trusted vendor scheme. Whatever we are procuring the materials or the services, that has to be through the trusted source. Trusted source, some criteria are there, and that criteria will be followed by utility, and that can be it can be used for the power procurement and the service procurement in the sector. Another big challenge is what? The legacy system, because this IT as well as the OT in the power sector, there are so many systems, so many systems are already there, which is crash their life are out of the date. So that may be create some disturbance in our sector. So it is the SOP will be issued shortly. There are so many other initiatives taken by the Ministry of Power along with the consultants with our utilities. So this is the initiative taken from the our ministry. That another thing is that whatever our new minds and the academic institutions, they have to be aligning with the requirement as on today, what is the power sector needed. So that is the request, and we are trying to making that one, and so many workshops and so many this type of awareness programs are going on to make the HR people in aligning with our power sector requirement. one very important thing that our cyber guru in the power sector, Sri M.A.K. Singh Sahab, he is maybe joined within the some shortly, and maybe the sir our secretary Sahab is also joining with him. Thank you very much, and I requested to one and all industry and stakeholder here, be active participants. It should not be the only panel discussion. It should be the bilateral, and whatever the your thought you can also share with our expert. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A very important aspects Mr. Rathore has touched on, that what is the need of the hour and how government and industry should come forward to solve those problems. So before we move ahead with the other speakers of the inaugural session, I request Mr. L.K.S. Rathore to officially welcome all our esteemed speakers who have joined us from the various parts of the country for the inaugural session. Can we have the bouquet on stage, please? Let me first invite Mr. Rathore to welcome Shri Rajnath Ram, Advisor, Niti Aayog, Government of India. A big round of applause for him. Rathore ji, agar aap. To Shri Arun Mahesh Babu, Managing Director, UGVCL and GPCL from Gujarat. To Shri Musharraf Farooqi, CMD, Southern Power Distribution Company of Telangana Limited. To MVR Kumar, Head India Business Group, Yash Technologies. To Parag Sharma, CEO and Founder, O2 Power. And to Mr. Uday Singh, CEO and MD, Schneider Electric Infrastructure Limited. And can we officially inaugurate National Sustainable Energy Innovation Conclave by lighting of the lamp, please? Can we all join us together for the lighting of the lamp and officially inaugurate National Sustainable Energy Innovation Conclave? A huge round of applause for all of them, please.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
That was the official inauguration of National Sustainable Energy Innovation Conclave. And I request Sanghamitra Mohanty, co-founder of APAC News Network, to officially welcome L.K. Rathod, Director Cybersecurity CA2. With a bouquet, please. Because without the support and guidance of CA, this event would not have been possible today. So, a huge round of applause for L.K. Rathod and the entire team of CA. CA, yes, entire team of CA and MAKP Singh, sir, who is the program mentor of this conclave, will be joining us shortly. So, now we move ahead with the inaugural session. For that, I will request Shri Rajnath Ram, Advisor Power and Energy, Niti Aayog Government of India, to give his special address and share his vision on what Niti Aayog is thinking in terms of building that sustainable energy innovation ecosystem. A huge round of applause for him, please.
Distinguished speakers on the dais and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. Let me start with the kind of scenario, energy transition that is taking shape within the country and across the world, where we stand as of now and where we would like to go under the net zero scenario in 2047 and 2070. So under net zero scenario for 2070, the share of RE is likely to increase up to minimum. I'm just speaking on for the solar and wind, nothing less than 1600 gigawatt by 2047. And this scenario, I'm telling, it doesn't discount the other kind of technology, the capacity additions from the coal, hydro, nuclear, and other capacity will also grow at their own pace, depending on the economics and also the kind of policies in place. We have huge aspiration of becoming the developed nation by 2047. So your energy requirement is also likely to grow, something like 2.5 or 3 times as of now. So you can just imagine the kind of investment required and the infrastructure build-up, and the billion of investment would be there for the storage solution, integration aspect, land management, load management, and so on. The energy sector operates the most critical infrastructure in the world. But there are huge challenges before us to address the trilemma of energy, security, energy equity through the access and affordable energy, and also maintaining the reliability and the further to this deployment of sustainable energy technologies. We all know that energy remains a critical enabler for the economic prosperity everywhere around the world, because energy infrastructures serve as the backbone for the country and the business to operate, and it is frequently targeted for the cyber attacks. So the ongoing digitalization and the renewables driven infrastructure transformation of the energy sector make energy companies particularly more vulnerable. Groundbreaking technology produce new efficiency and reduce emissions as the energy transition and the ongoing digitalization and the revolutionizes the sector. The rapid advancement in the artificial intelligence to mix and the pace of change for an industry where infrastructure investment typically span decades, both aspects need to build a strong cybersecurity ecosystem. The energy transition is a priority because of its role in meeting the global commitment to combat climate change. Digitally native technologies and the business models like wind and the solar power, smart metering, distributed generation, managing peak, etc., cannot work without digitalization of the technologies which have to be operated. Digital management, at the one hand, maximizes the efficiency of the technology. On the other hand, maintaining data, which is very, very critical, on the server, the design configuration and its operational protocol are very, very critical. Most of the companies are shifting their businesses models toward digitalization in the existing operational technology to increase the efficiency and reduce emission and also reduce the overhead cost. This is also one of the major factor. And the cyber attackers increasingly target the operational equipments, exploiting the new vulnerabilities created by digitalization. Therefore, the cyber security cells needs to be established within the country, and that has to be also keep up with the innovation in the assets and the business model of their parent organization. And with the potential misuse of new technology by attackers, I think we have to be very, very cautious. Organizations whose business practices remain unchanged are bound to face rising threats as attackers adopt new technology linked with AI-generated and phishing attacks. Therefore, the challenges before also remains the adoption of new technologies, how far the regulator is informed about that, how quickly make the necessary changes in the provisions of the regulations. This is also an important aspect. The innovations, bringing, changing, and thus creates uncertainty about the regulatory aspects. As the CA speakers has mentioned, that bringing the updation of the technologies and also make aware people, the HR system has to be also keep pace with the changing technology. Because regulatory changes is typically slower than the innovation, energy sector leaders often must choose how to invest in the cyber security without knowing the final regulation, what kind of regulation will be in place. So this is also an important aspect need to be addressed. With the increasing investment in the energy sector, which leads to development of the supply chain, is also, and this supply chain is also interdependent. So any disruption in the value chain can cause chaos up and down from the producer to the consumer. The involvement of third-party suppliers as a strategy to move laterally into a larger organization may also lead to a stronger cyber attack issues. Therefore, the resilient energy infrastructure calls for a maturing cybersecurity across the whole of the energy ecosystem. Equipment manufacturers, cybersecurity organizations, and the technology vendors all have roles to play in this entire ecosystem. Above all, a more stringent cybersecurity rules and the regulations are also very critical. We have to invest heavily on building the strong cybersecurity cell for all the sectors on the energy value chain, not limited to the power and transmission, but cross-country pipelines, grid, product pipelines, renewable installations, and so many. So we must also have the facility of test beds. So we often lack. There are many softwares available in the market, but where to test that, whether the existing infrastructure or the existing cell have that facilities to test those equipments. Most of the equipments are also imported, particularly in the RE space. And it is being also observed that many vendors keep data outside the country, as there are multinational companies involved in the RE sector. So this also needs to be given due consideration by the government. So what kind of data should be maintained within the boundaries or outside the boundaries? And at the same time, we need to also focus promoting our domestic value chain, promotion of domestic value chain and manufacturing aspect. so that the value chain and the entire ecosystem is also maintained within the countries. I think this conclave delve into all these aspects. I wish a fruitful deliberation ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sri Rajnath Ram, advisor Niti Aayog in terms of power sector. And you touched this upon a very important aspects of that. That need of the hour is that government should now think of making those stringent rules in terms of securing the cyberspace. And again, for that, all the stakeholders have to come together, brainstorm together, then only those kind of policies has to be in place, and also where the data will be kept. And that is also important. So I think in that front also we need a lot of brainstorming. And not only where the data will be kept, but also how effectively we're analyzing those data to have outcome, proper outcome. That is also, I think, quite important. Thank you so much. Can you have a huge round of applause for him, please, for setting the tone of the discussion of the day. And also like to inform you that this event is being live telecast or broadcasted in the LinkedIn through our APAC News Network page. So we're also live in social media. Many people are watching it outside from Delhi. And I'd also like to inform that in today's conference, there are at least 10 plus states have been participating, sir. Not only from Government of India or industry, but states like Assam, Tripura, Gujarat, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh. People from the energy ecosystem, all of them have joined us today, either as a speaker or as esteemed guests. So we had a government perspective. Let's have an industry perspective as well. We have two presentations for this session, one by Mr. Arun Mahesh Babu and one by Mr. Uday Singh. But what I'm thinking that we'll have a mix and match, because once the presentation happens, I think all the speakers can come down and sit there so that presentations are visible. So I'm trying to play a jigsaw puzzle kind of a thing. So let's have a perspective from the industry. And we have with us industry leader with us, MVR Kumar, Head India Business Group, US Technologies. MVR is a distinguished and accomplished business leader with a proven track record of enabling technology business to succeed while assisting customers across sectors in driving digital transformation. MVR Kumar, mechanical engineering graduate, did his MTech from IIT Madras, and he has demonstrated an exceptional ability to foster and sustain strong relationship with all the stakeholders when it comes to digital transformation, especially for power sector. So a huge round of applause for MVR Kumar, Head India Business Group, Yash Technologies. Over to you, MVR.
Thank you very much. I'm privileged to be here in front of you, sir. It's an honor. Thank you very much. Personally and on behalf of Yash Technologies, I express my gratitude for this opportunity and I welcome you all. In spite of your busy schedules, you are here. And we see here all the who is who of power sector, energy sector. And in the first two speeches, in the keynote address, we learned a lot on how the energy sector, power sector, the background, how it is moving and all those things. So if I make an attempt to talk about anything about energy sector, its history, or how the future is going to be, will be a futile exercise. So rather what I do is next 2 minutes, I'll just share our experiences in associating with energy sector, power utilities companies in India, either it is Rajasthan or Bihar, Assam, Orissa, Tamil Nadu, AP, Transco, and the TS, Telangana state, and various other places. And we heard in the keynote address about the digital transformation, the benefit of going for digital transformation. We all know what is happening now in our lives. In fact, it is tremendously and exponentially. It's unbelievable pace. What was not even in thoughts or imagination 2 years back, it is happening now. It's going to an extent where you just upload a PDF and then you put a query, you'll get an excellent, faultless, error-free response or answer. It's going to that extent, so fast it is going. So the adoption of digital transformation and then growing has become a necessity. So it is like either adopt and grow or probably extend and go. I think just sustenance is no more an option for business. The way digital transformation is happening, the disruption happening in the life, personal lives, and in the business with dynamic business models, is very important to adopt the digital transformation, all the technologies available. We hear a lot of things. You're all aware of the artificial intelligence, IoT, machine learning. So many things are coming. At the same time, we have to see the risks involved also, how we can adopt that, being probably a public sector or a government organization, maybe what cultural changes are required, change management is required, what is required for adoption. At the same time, when we adopt, what are the risks involved? So this is where probably we'll come in, and I'll not take much time. Thank you for this opportunity. We'll be spending, it's a whole day event. Excellent sessions are there, very, very knowledgeable sessions, and it's a very fruitful day it is going to be. So we'll have more interactions. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thank you once again.
Thanks, MVR Kumar, Head, India Business Group, US Technologies. He has been a tremendous industry leader for so many years in terms of digital transformation, especially for power sector. I've been told we have a short video of US Technologies. Can we have that on screen, please?
In this era of extreme possibilities, re-envisioning and reimagining business is key to accelerating growth. Partnering with someone who can deliver more is critical. Yash's customer-centric partnership approach helps customers address myriad challenges and drive business success. Come what may, we combine extensive experience, robust technology expertise, and flexible engagement models to help businesses navigate seamlessly into the era of everything digital. We are one of the largest global IT service providers, who are focused on helping Indian organizations drive digital transformation. We are the de facto partner of choice for the Indian energy sector, in their energy transformation initiatives. Being consultative, collaborative, and accountable, we deliver more transformative outcomes while hand-holding customer stakeholders. Harnessing our 50 centers of excellence and 3 digital innovation centers, we deliver specialized services to a wide range of industry verticals. Leading industry analysts and advisors recognize our technology strengths, agility, flexibility, and adaptability. Our global workforce, spread across 20 countries, are innovative, passionate, and focused on making our customers future-ready. We are small enough to care, and large enough to transform. With Yash, you realize the power of more.
That was a video by US Technologies, and you can see what kind of innovation they're doing in the sector. And can you have a huge round of applause for Sri M.A.K.P. Singh, Member Hydro and CISO Minister Power Central Electricity Authority, who also happens to be the program mentor of this prestigious conclave. He has joined us, sir. Thank you for joining us today. We are in the middle of the inaugural session. We just had a presentation from the industry. Now we have a presentation from government. So I'm trying to do one aspect from government, one aspect from the industry, so that we can have divergent views as well. So let me invite Mr. Arun Mahesh Babu, IS, Managing Director, Uttar Gujarat Wych Company Limited and Gujarat Power Corporation Limited. His topic is harnessing technology to drive energy transformation. And let me also inform you that both Arun Mahesh Babu and Musharraf Farooqi will be also joining us for the next panel discussion. There again, we'll have different perspective from them as well. So over to you, Sri Arun Mahesh Babu, IAS. A huge round of applause for him, please.
Thank you. Okay, so this is audible? Okay. Thank you very much, the wonderful organizing committee of APAC as well as Central Electricity Authority. Probably Probably this is the first presentation of today's session. Uh, First of all, thank you to Central Electricity Authority and APAC for getting me the stage to present our case here. I represent the Gujarat Discom, the North Gujarat Discom, which functions basically from Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, and takes care of about 9 to 10 districts. And I also represent the Gujarat Power Corporation, which is presently the leading renewable power center, which is driving the entire renewable energy transition in the state of Gujarat. So welcome all, and I'm happy to see a lot of familiar faces as well as esteemed guests here. And I take this opportunity to present my case in front of you. I would be presenting in about 4 basic sessions. So first is the transformation of the power systems from the fossil to non-fossils. Then second, the sustainable future. I'm sure we stand to present this case in a bigger scenario. And third is the newer innovations, which is the kind of future, where is storage systems. And fourth would be, at any point of time, smart grid distribution systems. Without further delay, I just wish to show this. So this is presently, I would be moving from the world scenario to the national scenario, and last to the state which I represent here on the stage. So the first one is the power systems in the world. We took a baseline of the year 2020. So this is how the present system works. So we are producing a lot of power, we have the transmission grids, and we also distribute power. But the problem is we all work in silos where there's a lot of discoupling that's happening, and there is a lot of coupling that is required to do. So we've got about 12 million electric vehicles as of now. We've got about 1.5 terawatts of renewable power. But the global shore of flexible load, the way we mix up solar and the cycles along with the fossil fuel load is a big question. And the battery storage is 11 gigawatt in the entire world is a very small terms of reference. So what I propose here is by the year 2050, as we heard to our former speaker, Shri Rajnath Ram, so has been very helpful in driving this energy transition. So by the year of 2050, if the entire world is going to transform from what it is today, we would see high level of coupling. That is where we are talking about one grid around the entire planet. I'm sure the Honorable Prime Minister has also been speaking that we should have one grid around the planet. I'm sure this coupling will happen when there is a sharing of grid between the nations. So that is how G20 and SAARC and all would work together. The number of vehicles expected to grow is about 836 million in the next 30 years. The renewable portfolio would be expected to increase by about 12 terawatts. And this is the flexible load share would be about 8%, starting from about 1%. And battery storage, which is the part of future, if you want to use transition power from solar and wind and hybrids, the storage would be a big challenge. So having said that, right from production, we also have a transmission system. So the transmission infrastructure in India's case scenario, so we move from the world to India. So in India's terms of reference, we have about 8.68% of growth in terms of substation capacity, taking from the growth of the last, say, 8 to 9 years. We've got about 75,000 megawatt of substation additional capacity that has happened in the last 10 years from the reference of, say, 2016. We also, as on January 24, we have about 12,25,000 megawatts of total substation transformation capacity, which would also encompass the renewable power once it gets injected. Having said that, the growth transition in the energy sector, basically the energy sector after production is a major system is the 765 kV lines that we always see, which PGCIL gets it done, or any transmission company involved in any state is doing. So we expect about 4.71% of growth in the transmission sector, where you would have all high voltage lines above 66, 220, 765 lines. We are expecting a capacity addition of about 14,625 kilometers in the coming financial years. And the total transmission lines capacity would increase to about 4,81,326 kilometers. So this is again from Niti Aayog's plan. So I'm sure we are all in the same pathway of taking this ahead. Now, talking from the world scenario to the national scenario, we're talking about the state which I represent. One of the leading states in leading the energy transition right now is the state of Gujarat. We've taken the base year of, say, March 2015 and brought it to about February 2024. If you see the transition that we have undergone through the last 8 to 9 years, you can see the red is the coal part. That's just 7.3% increase of coal and renewable power, thermal power. But if you look at the green part, and if you look at the total installed capacity, we have increased our renewable energy capacities by 400%. So that is where India's leading state of Gujarat is the leader in terms of renewable energy transition. So I justfully beg to present my case in this scenario. So why innovation? Because this sustainability conclave is all about innovation and how we can stitch innovation into the present system of energy transition. So this is the current carbon dioxide emissions. By the year 2024, if you see, this graph is gonna dip down once we have good technologies and innovations coming up. So this is where we are starting to introduce hybrid cells. We are starting to talk about solar and wind and all other energy storage systems. And by the year, if 2050 is, that's what 2047 is the Viksit Bharat plan. If you go by that, we require to deploy a lot of innovative technologies. So to represent the justification for our case of increasing innovations, we need to do all these. So we need to have good technological intervention. We did have a lot of deliberations on what things should be adopted, what things should not be adopted by various discoms, various generation powers, various private industries. So the increase of plant efficiency of thermal power plants is also a big question. So we need to have a lot of R&D happening. If you see the typical case, you have a lot of private players like Westinghouse and GE running their plants, and we are supported by BHL in India. But a lot of R&D needs to go into this, because our plans were as back as 1975, 1980, 1990, with very less of R&D development that's happening locally. We also need to have a lot of sectors in the transition and logistics sector for transportation of all these heavy logistics, because windmills, solar and everything need a lot of transition. And this can only happen when there's an accelerated development of enabling infrastructure. Enabling infrastructure means good roads, good rail networks, good carrying capacity logistics. So now, coming to the Gujarat case scenario, what we have planned right now is this. This is the existing solar parks, wind parks in BESS portfolio. This is the state of Gujarat. So the first 700 megawatt solar park which came up in India was done by Gujarat Power Corporation, that is GPCL. And second park which came up was 730 megawatts in a place called Charanka, that is in the district of Patan. So this is way back in the year 2014-15, when the power of solar was 15 rupees per unit. And now this 1000 megawatt solar park in Dholera, I'm sure one of my friends are also participating in it. We are tying up at 2.73 rupees or 3 rupees. So if you need to talk about power transition, cost of power has to decrease, and that is how you need to transform it to the customer. Now, this is one new thing which is going on, 30,000 megawatts of solar park. So this is the world's largest solar park that's coming. We have got about 5-6 PSUs and 3-4 private players participating in this. Once this park is done, we become the world's largest solar power developer. So we expect it's already about 1,000 megawatts is charged. We've got about another 29 gigawatts to be charged in the next 2 to 2.5 years. So this is how we intend to take the energy transition ahead. So what Rajnath Sam sir was telling about 1,600 gigawatts, we intend to do about 450 gigawatts. The entire nation is planning for 450 gigawatts by 2030. So such parks would happen. Rajasthan, the Badla would develop. A lot of land utilization happens, and Gujarat has a very proactive land allocation policy for the reason of solar powers. Now, this is another additional RE potential. So in coordination with the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, we've been trying to notify these areas. That is the region of Kutch and below. We've explored something about 15 gigawatt of RE potential existing there due to the wind studies as well as solar parks. And there's another additional 7 gigawatt of RE potential in the northern districts of Gujarat. So in addition, we expect 30 plus another, say 22, so about 52 gigawatts coming from a single state. Now, this is also, again, I'm sure Niti Aayog would agree to this. There's a talk for the leasing of 500 megawatt of seabed leasing for offshore wind, because offshore wind has been the talk of the town since last 10 years, but the offtake and transition on the ground is taking its own time. But we expect this to happen very soon. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy is already taking it up in its stride, and we expect this to happen. So this is for the solar developers and renewable energy people, and this is for the transmission people. So we expect to have a green energy corridor. The planning is being done. We have filed with CEA, and CEA and PGCIL are taking it in an advanced stage, and the state government of Gujarat is also planning for a green energy corridor, because so much of green power without evacuation systems and transmission systems has no meaning. So this is in the advanced stages of planning, and little bit of implementation has also started. So I told you earlier, this is the Charanka Ultra Mega Solar Park, which we did way back in 2015. This started with 15 rupees. Now the power is sold at 2.73 rupees. The second one is the Raganesda Ultra Mega Solar Park. There was 700 megawatts implemented in 2014. And this is a typical case scenario of how you use wastelands to convert into storage houses of energy and power. So this offtake has given us the success story to lead the transition ahead. So these are all solar parks. Now this is the one which we're talking about, the 30,000 megawatt, 30 gigawatt solar energy park. So we have one private player who is doing about 50% of this, and we've got about other PSUs, the central PSUs and the state PSUs also, who are starting to do this. So if you see, the utilization of about 72,000 hectares of wasteland is being converted into a mega solar park. And once completed by the year of 2026, this would be visible from space. That is what is expected, because it would encompass an entire region of the district of Kutch. So this is how we're doing, and the power transmitted through this is going to the national grid. So it is not just for a state, it is for the national energy security. So in turn, we believe that this kind of major parks created in any state would actually help in achieving the goal of 1600 gigawatts, which the Ministry of Power has envisaged. This is one case scenario of battery energy storage systems. So this is the first solar village in the country. This is called Modhera. It has a history added to it. If you talk about sun temples, there are two sun temples. One is the very famous Konark Sun Temple in the state of Orissa. I'm sure a lot of Oriyas would take a lot of pride in talking about the Sun Temple. But there's another Sun Temple in Gujarat also, which is called the Modhera Sun Temple. So this was also dedicated to the sun god. So this is a very ancient historical place. So there was a vision of the government that this should be converted into its own glory. So how do you bring the sun and back to this glory? So we decided that we'll convert this entire village to solar power's village. So now this entire village runs on solar power. It is grid connected, but 99% it runs on solar, and in the night time we use the stored battery energy storage. So initially it started off with say about 15 megawatt hour of battery. Now we are upgrading it to about 50 to 60 megawatt hour, and we also have the grid connected rooftop solar systems in each households. So now all these people who were consuming electricity are now producing electricity, and they have become prosumers. So they produce more and consume less. And this lighting which is there and the laser show which runs, it's completely on solar power. So we stored that and then we utilize that for such kind of sessions. So you can see how we have taken the parking stands as solar rooftops, the village into solar rooftop, the grids and the local standalone grid is also connected to the central grid. Now, talking about innovation and this particular conference, we need to talk about storage systems, because without storage systems, we are not able to use the daytime solar power. We get the maximum solar power from say 9 in the morning till say 4 in the evening at max. So what about rest of the time? So we need battery energy storage systems. So this is how we did our pilots, and now we are taking it ahead. GPCL did one project in Modhera. Now we plan to do under the national scheme, one village in every district. So that's 33 districts. So we do about 33 villages completely into solar. And the next phase would go, it's 3 villages in every district. So this is also a very ambitious program. And very recently, the Gujarat Urja Vikas Nigam Limited came up with a battery energy storage tender, which is for about 250 megawatts at the substation level, at the injection level. And the prices have come down to very, very competitive prices. So we think we would be forging ahead in these cases. This is one of the things which SECI is also exploring in Gujarat in an advanced stage. This is actually present in the UAE as of now. Saudi Arabia is also doing quite good in this. There is one small plant in Andhra Pradesh also. So it's a very small pilot project, but this is something which has not been spoken about. When you talk about typical lithium-ion storage, it talks about say 2 to 3 hours of storage, but this is molten salt and thermal storage, which is talking about 18 hours of storage of stored electricity power. So it typically works like a dial. You focus the entire solar energy to one part, and that is where your heating and energy production and the turbines run on that case. And whatever energy is being produced, it is stored in molten salt as well as underground in this case. So this is in a pilot testing phase. We are in discussion phase also. SECI is also planning to try this in these systems. So without taking much time, I would like to come to smart grid distribution systems, which is the second part, because we talk about a lot of production of RE power. We talk about a lot of transmission systems providing that, but the discoms are not ready to, transmit that thing, because the grid capacity of existing discoms on the 11 kV lines or 66 kV lines is not smart enough. So that is where we need to have smart distribution grid systems. We need a lot of technology intervention in these cases. So this is the present scenario. You can see that the generation happens in both, say, fossil and non-fossil, then the transmission, the distribution, and finally, that is the consumers who consume these kind of power. So what we propose in the future sense is this. So this is a smart grid technology which would eventually bring about a change. I'm sure a lot of people in this house or a lot of people would be looking at this kind of scenarios in the coming days. So when we are talking about a Viksit Bharat of 2047, it cannot be age-old 1975, 1980 grid lines. We need to do a lot of underground transition. We need to do a lot of introduction of smart grid technology at every levels. So what we propose is introduction, because we already have renewable production which is coming in at the generation stage. So we need to have intelligent substations at the injection level. That is what we propose. Now we also need to have intelligent substations at the transmission level, because again, this, if it is smart here and if it is not smart, it doesn't go hand in hand. So this has to get smart, this has to get smart, and the third part is where the distribution discoms also need to get smart. So it doesn't work in silos. So we need to have intelligent smart grids right from generation, transmission to distribution. And the fourth, we also need net metering and smart meters at homes. That is where presently the government of India is doing it under RDSS, under the smart metering scheme, under the net metering scheme. So what we propose is industries also come up with off-grid systems for storage, and they also have complete energy accounting systems so that the consumption in the manufacturing sector goes low. We need to have good data centers. Data centers and energy accounting centers are one which is lacking. We all talk about adoption of technology from the Americans, from the Spanish, from the French, but I think India, ranging as the third largest or second largest consumer and producer of power, I think if we don't have data centers and storage intelligent systems, we will not be able to handle such kind of energy which is going to come into the grid. So we propose solar cells. That is where the third part you see, that is where we would be coming up with charging stations, which has to be again intelligent. We need to have rooftop systems, which is in accordance to the PM Surya Ghar Bijli Yojana, which when you see about 1 crore households have solar rooftops, you have battery storage systems. We need to come up with that. And we also need to have a proper net metering which has to happen. So that is where the smart metering would happen. The data centers, I'm sure a lot of people are looking at this. During the introduction of the smart city mission, way back, let's say in about 10 years back, a lot of talk happened about NOC centers, ICCC centers, even command and control centers which are still operational. But if you talk about the energy sector, a lot of private power producers are having this. Even PGCL has a good NOC center, but I'm not sure whether every discom has a proper SCADA network or a NOC center which is there. So this is where the private sector can explore a lot of things. And we propose that the smart grid technology should be propagated so that we are able to grow up to the international standards. So this is how it will transition. Key applications where the private sector can enroll in and coordinate with the government sectors. Generation, transmission and distribution, we have a wide area of monitoring and control. We also require ICT integration across the control centers over industrial base, whereas the residential base, and across the transmission grids. We are also looking at renewable and distributed generation integration, because we have solar cycles coming, we have wind cycles coming, we are talking about newer technologies of coming, but it has to go on with the fossil grid. So the fossil thermal grid has to be able to integrate with this. That is where the smart grid technology comes. Along with this, people who are in the transmission sector also have to work on transmission enhancement applications. It cannot be just putting 765 kV lines, additional capacities. You also need technology to control those kind of transmission grids. And distribution grid system, of course, we have DMS systems, we have ADMS systems, we need to have adapted distribution grid systems in the future, and also have advanced metering infrastructure. So this is already coming in place, and I'm sure the industry is gearing up to match up to the standards. And eventually, we also will have EV charging infrastructure. So if you're talking about green hydrogen vehicles, we're talking about EV vehicles. A vehicle cannot run more than 600 kilometers without EV charging stations. So this is where we need to look for newer technologies for putting up charging stations near the gas stations. Also, there are new technologies which are putting up charging stations from your 11 kV pole lines also. So still probably not in India, but it's time that we adopt it as soon as possible. And the customer side systems. By doing all these things, if you're not able to provide customer satisfaction, then all this goes for a toss. So eventually what we see is customer side management, your phase of your discom, the phase of your transmission grid, the phase of the power industry has to have customer satisfaction. If they give you 100, you stand a case. If we give you 50, you don't stand a case. So this is how you need to gear up. And the last and not the least, we need to have battery energy storage systems as a part of the newest innovation. And I'm sure a lot of people are looking at energy storage systems in the coming future. So I rest my case and thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you. Yeah, if there are any questions, I'm open to this on this right now. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Arun Mahesh Babu, IAS Managing Director, UGVCL and GPCL, for sharing his thoughts, and quite an insightful presentation where he talked about the kind of work being done in the state of Gujarat and how they're also banking on technology innovation for creating a smart ecosystem, if I may say so, in terms of generation, distribution and transmission, and also what the future looks ahead. He also gave an example of the Sun Temple, and the entire village has been transformed into a solar village, and now they're trying to integrate that in other districts as well. Quite an insightful presentation. So we had a presentation from the government. Let's have a perspective from industry as well. Let me invite Mr. Parag Sharma, CEO and founder O2 Power, to share his thoughts on how industry and government can collaborate together to build that comprehensive energy sustainable ecosystem. A huge round of applause for him, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, APAC and CA, for inviting me here. I don't have an excellent presentation as Mr. Babu has, but being from the renewable sector, most of the time I will be talking about my sector. So we all know that India's energy sector growth story or electricity sector growth story, we were hardly at 88 gigawatt peak demand in 2005, and now we are at 243 gigawatt. So in this period, if we see the CAGR, it is almost like 5.5%. It includes some bad years like COVID, but amazing growth in terms of peak demand. And particularly if you see the growth in the last 2-3 years, it's upward of 12% in the last year. Last year we were only at 216 gigawatt of peak. Now we have reached 246. And most of this last 4-5 years of incremental growth is being fed by renewable sector. And that's why there's a lot of pressure on India to increase its renewable capacity. So we are right now the third largest. We have almost 74-75 gigawatt of solar installed capacity. We have around 44-45 gigawatts of wind capacity. But if you see the target for 2030, solar we have to take from 75-76 gigawatt to 180 gigawatts. So it's almost talking about 35 gigawatt per year of capacity addition. Wind we have to take from 44-45 gigawatt to almost 110 gigawatt. So again, it is a very steep increase in the requirement of wind capacity installations. So if we see all that, we see that yes, there is a lot of expectations from renewable sector. But things doesn't stop here. It is not just the incremental installed capacity expectation. Government of India also need, or they are also enforcing something called as ALMM and the high duties on the modules, which means they are pushing people to have so much of incremental capacity in renewables by using Make in India, by having domestic manufacturing. So this is where we are standing. And in this background, I thought I will just list down what are the critical parts and where all we need intervention from government and maybe some cohesiveness between the government and the industry. So I would say there are 3 critical things if we have to meet this. The first and the foremost is, at least this is relevant for solar, we have to resolve this issue of modules. So right now, everybody knows in the industry that we can't have 35 gigawatt, which is our expected capacity addition in solar sector, on the back of domestic manufacturing. This everybody in the government knows, everybody in the industry knows. Hats off to government initiatives. We have significant domestic manufacturing capacity coming up. There's no doubt about it. but it will require a transition. It can't really happen from next year onwards. If we try doing the same mistake which we did last year, we will be only at 10 gigawatt, which is exact number which was there for last year. 2023 number, capacity addition in India is less than 10 gigawatt. It was in fact less than what we added in 2022. So if we have to change the trend, the first problem and the immediate problem that we have to solve, if everybody wants Make in India, we as an IPP wants Make in India, but if there is a regulatory certainty, if there is a clear direction, how we manage this shift, because on one hand, we are talking about big numbers for capacity addition. On the other hand, we are talking about procuring everything from India. Both have to be managed very cleverly. So that is the first point. The second point is on evacuation. So we all really appreciate PGCIL, CTU, POSOCO. The kind of network that India has created is amazing. We were talking to a Yara, which is a large trading company which procures green hydrogen. And they are saying that in the green hydrogen space, there are a lot of people who have much better radiations, much better land than India. But still their focus is on India. The reason being because we have a grid. So if we are not like Egypt, we are not like Chile, who have good radiations but no network. So we can really deliver large-scale renewable, whether it is required for green hydrogen, whether it is required for something else, just because we have a decent grid. But having said, if I pick up any bid, and all of our peer companies are winning bids left, right, and center, you will be surprised to know that in FY23, the total number of bids called by the Government of India was 1515 gigawatt. In FY24, the total number of bids called as of now is 5050 gigawatt. And most of this 50 gigawatt are FDRE RTC bids, where installed capacity is much higher. So it's almost, we have moved from 15 gigawatt in a year to 60, 70 gigawatt in the next year. So that's the kind of aggression all the so-called REIAs of India, the NTPC, NHPC, SJVNL, are showing. They have been, everyone has been given a quarter-wise target to call for bids. It's all there in the public domain, and they are rigorously following it. So, moment we participate in these bids, and now we go to block a connectivity, there is no connectivity available before FY26. It's a matter of fact. Everyone has blocked the connectivity and any connectivity. So the PPA talks about 2-year execution time frame, while we know practically that there is no connectivity available up till FY26. So the solution to this problem is that we should call for bids which is having an annexure in the bidding document saying that these are the substations which are available and which will really come in FY26. So that our existing network or network which is realistically coming by FY26 gets utilized first, rather than everybody just bidding on the back of Rajasthan, because that is the place where you get the best tariff. On tariff front, we are doing well, but on execution front, I am saying nothing will come. So that is the second problem, which is evacuation. The third, and then again, we sometimes solve this problem, it again repeats, which is PPA signing. So though we have done, as I said, 70 gigawatt of bids, but if we really see how many PPAs are signed, it is really lagging. We have implemented pooling tariff concept, but it talks about that any bids which are carried out after 15 February will fall under that. So the question is, what will happen to the most of the bids which happened before that? And there are solutions to it. In fact, government has very well thought of having another attempt to really solve for the RPO problems, implementation of RPO. They have increased the RPO limits, but as it happens in India, regulatory commissions, DISCOMs are not able to implement it, so they tried a different route by bringing an amendment to the Indian Conservation Act and giving the responsibility to BEE to implement RPO. Hopefully this route may help, but yeah, it's a time where DISCOMs have to really start signing PPAs. Otherwise, all the efforts which has been put in to really accelerate this sector will go in the vain. So this, I would say, was three critical factors. If we really need a growth of renewables in India, then obviously there are a lot of teething problems in our sector. I will just take a couple of them. So we got a very good scheme which was called open access regulations. Earlier in India, if a private customer wants to buy renewable power, it was completely dependent upon the state-specific favorable regulations. And these regulations used to sometimes, let's say Karnataka, maybe because of push from peer companies like Infosys, the regulations were very favorable, the market was very good. At one point of time, even Telangana, the open access regulations were very favorable. But what this regulation brought, which was brought around 1.5 years back, is that interstate open access was made possible. Even the people from West Bengal, from the northeast, where there is a land constraint, they can also buy renewable power. Any private or the government companies can buy renewable power, and the interstate transmission charges were waived off. So it sounds very good. A lot of us started focusing on this segment, but then the problem is now that the open access, first point is that there has to be a NOC from the state transmission utility. Only then you can really start the process. And there is a tremendous delay across the states. Nobody is giving NOC, only Gujarat has been pretty open and they have started giving. But if we talk about Tamil Nadu, if we talk about Telangana, applications are piling up. We want to supply power to Dr. Reddy's lab in Telangana, filed applications long back, nothing is happening. So very decent move at the central level, but yeah, the whole system, the way it works in India, a lot of things depend upon states, and we need full participation at the state end to let the entities who wants to buy renewable power really let it be. There will be no data centers in Hyderabad, I will tell you, unless and until they can buy renewable power. None of the data centers wants to buy conventional power. So if we want to have investments of firms who want to buy renewable power in their state, we have to open the interstate market, and that is where central regulations have really given a direction to, but it needs to be implemented. Then comes the very amazing regulation from CA, which is the standard of connectivity. And as these regulations have come, the whole so-called first-time commissioning process of any renewable entity has become very strict. We need to have a reactive power bank. We need to abide by a lot of things before we really charge our plant first time. And we in the industry really support it. We need that renewable mix in the power is right now 12%, but it will increase very soon to a higher number. And then the grid balance problems will start, and that's why these things are required. But there are problems like things which we can't help as an industry. So I'll just give you one example. It talks about that if your turbine is derated because of the temperature issue. So we'll not go into details, but there are certain nuances to it which needs to be solved so that the machines which are standing, waiting to commission, really gets commissioned within the purview of possible things. One issue is the temperature derating issue of turbines. So nobody in the world designed a different turbine for Rajasthan and a different turbine for Karnataka. So there are standards of turbine. They have been approved by NIWE, and if the regulations have something in conflict with it, we have to really give a timeline. Otherwise, I can't change a erected turbine and bring a new turbine. I can bring a reactive compensation bank. I can do whatever extra is required. But we can't change the turbine now per se. So that is second. And the third very decent move which has recently been brought in is the MOD issue. So many of you might not be knowing why it is so difficult to set up a wind plant as compared to a solar plant. Because in a wind plant, you start from the clearances. It needs MOD clearance, Ministry of Defense clearance because of the height issue. It needs civil aviation clearance. It needs a SNA clearance, State Nodal Agency clearance, because you can't have two turbines within the 5D, 7D distance. These things are not required in solar. Solar you can do in 6 months, 7 months, but wind requires a lot of things. The good thing the government has done, they have come out with a map which has been in sync with what MOD has agreed to, and they've identified that these are the no objection zones. We don't need NOCs from these zones. In these zones, it is not possible to set up a wind turbines, and in these zones, it requires NOC. So 3 categorization, the maps of that has come up. Earlier, we used to spend almost a year to get a NOC from MOD. So the whole process had been shut down or has been, in a way, clarified a lot. So a lot of innovations, a lot of processes happening, but in this process, there are some areas where wind turbines are already standing and they are stuck. So it's a transitionary issue. As I said, these are the teething issues which we have to solve for. And then I come to the last chapter, which is the state-specific issues. We have been saying that if ultimately everything is happening, all the installed capacity is happening in the state, and state help is the most important step if we really want to do that 40, 50 gigawatt of renewables in a year. The first and the foremost is the very simple thing which is in our industry called ROWs, right of way problems. I lead WIPA, which is Wind IPP Association. We were tasked by the MNRE that please get the data from all the 37 members of ours and tell us how much gigawatt you will do in a year. So in the beginning of the year, we said we will do 5 gigawatt. And we got numbers from all the IPPs. And everyone has ordered turbines, everyone has done their needful. But once you go on execution on ground, there's so much of problems. And the district administrator the administration doesn't really help. Everyone wants to execute these projects, but every day there is a law and order problem, whether you talk about Maharashtra, whether you talk about Gujarat, so it needs a lot of focused attention. In fact, industry has proposed that similar to the Prapti portal, which has brought a lot of good things to the sector, the whole LPS problem has been resolved because of the Prapti portal. Similar thing needs to be implemented at least by the REIA-driven projects. You need to monitor these projects. Wind is there only in the 4 states in India. So in those 4 states, there may be 20 district collectors or whatever. A proper monitoring of ROWs is required. As there is a bell, I will not take much time. I will cut short. But yeah, it is something which everybody wants. Government wants renewable power plants to come up at the pace at the target pace. We also want, but these are some of the teething issues that we need to solve. Thanks a lot for the time.
One of the main aim was creating this kind of knowledge sharing platform was to hear the pain points of the government and also the industry. And I'm sure points said by Parag from O2 Power. And luckily, he mentioned 2-3 states, and I can see policymakers from those 2-3 states are here. I'm sure now they'll have a constructive discussion to address those challenges. But that has been the aim of creating this kind of knowledge sharing platform, that we come out of our silos and discuss various aspects, not only about the opportunities, but also about the challenges. Thanks for sharing those, Parag Sharma, CEO and founder O2 Power. And we have another industry leader with us. I invite Uday Singh, CEO and MD, Schneider Electric Infrastructure Limited, to come on stage and give a special presentation on building sustainable grids of future. And this presentation will be followed by the keynote address by MAKP Singh, Member Hydro and CISO, Minister of Power, Central Electricity Authority. So huge round of applause for Mr. Uday Singh.
First of all, thank you so much, APAC News Network, for giving this opportunity to me. Is it okay? And I thank you also to all the esteemed speakers which we heard from, and Rajnath ji, who talked about what's going to happen in future. Then a very impressive thing by, really impressive, the way Gujarat has been shaping up, and, you are coming as number, in this space. So what I'll do, and I know the time is a check, so I lead Schneider business, which is into the intelligent electrical solutions and deep automations around energy system. And I'll just try to sensitize about where are we, what we have been trying to do as India, what are the challenges I think touched upon by my previous speakers here also, and what we intend to do and what we should be doing. Now, if you typically see this, can you go to, oh, sorry. Which one does it move? So, just to tell you a right perspective, we talk about sustainability, and sustainability and energy, of course, are the, two sides of the same coin. If you typically look at, 80% of world CO2 emission which we see is actually coming out of energy, whether it's being consumed, whether it's being produced, or whatever it is. Now, the situation is that out of this 80% is still by fossil. And if you see, while we saw that there are things which is possible practically during the COVID times, the things become more cleaner, more better, but we again came back. So there's a way, there's a positive thing which is available, which we have seen. And the sad part today is 60% of what is done by fossil is actually being lost. And this is something which is a right connotation of whether are we being sustainable. Now, just to give you India context, what are we talking? You see the temperature, what are the climate, there was a time when we thought perhaps climate change is not relevant for India. It's only for people who are staying in advanced economy like Europe and US where this impacts. But that's not the case. If you see what's been happening, the temperatures have been rising. Since the time we have started measuring it, it has risen 0.7 degrees. We have a, the COP26 gave it limit of 1.5 till 2080, but we are already there. The heat waves, the sort of heat waves, I think you may be aware, last year, we have had 170 heat waves hitting our country, 170 of them, which is multifolds than what it used to be about, say, 5 years ago. We are talking about the extreme weather conditions, the climatic changes, the things which are impacting the rainfall. While 10 years ago, 15 years ago, our GDP from agriculture was 25 plus, but it still is 15%. It is impacting that. 17 crores of our 140 crore population is on coastal land. The rising levels, I don't know what's going to happen 15 years if actually later down the line if it is not impacted. We are talking about, the food security, the rising forex bills in case you start importing, and, imbalance there as well. So which means, and if you typically see the graphs which I have tried to show you at the bottom, you see a small dip. That's the positive thing which you saw during COVID. We did come down, but then it shot up again. And look at the energy, the GHG emissions out of power sector itself. Just look at the pace at which we have been growing up. The bottom left graph, which means that it is not as bad as what we are. We heard the prominent speakers in the morning. India is on the right track. We are on the right track. We have been trying to do, as we just heard, 500 getting moved to 1600 sometime later. We are talking about cutting our emissions by 1/4. It exists as 4. It's going to be 1. We are talking about, our Honorable Prime Minister has decided and declared that this 2070 is the time for net zero for India as a whole. We're talking about RDSS, and there were times, not many years ago, when it was 20 plus, which has come down to less than 15. But, can we be Indonesia, which is 8? We're talking about something which is soon is going to get legalized. It is the Green Credit Program. And there are multiple things which India is perhaps driving globally first time. And when we see, because we are part of a global setup, when we see India is on the right track, it only needs the impetus and a push and a support from all the ecosystem. We are talking about, he just spoke about something which is going to, Parag spoke about this, 1 crore thing we're getting announced. But is this enough? We know we actually are moving to 1.4 kilowatt hour per capita consumption. But with the growing and increasing urbanization, the avenues which India now offers to the youth who are actually migrating, the amount of people who hold a mobile out of 145 crores, the low data rates, this is all going to drive urbanization. And of course, this 1.4, 1.3 kilowatt hour, which we see is going to have 2x, 3x explosion as we move on. So are we getting ready? And the basic responsibility resides on this sector, which is actually sitting in the hall today, the power and grid sector. Now, we need to enable, and what are the things which we should be driving on for future? We should be enabling access to power. We need to electrify more and more things, come out of fossil, move more and more on this. As I think Maheshji just mentioned about empowering prosumers. I mean, those are the people, those are the new entities we have not heard. They're just emerging, ballooning. Are we okay to do that? And then we speak about the infrastructure resilience. Is it strong enough to bounce back when required? Today, unfortunately, it is not to the levels which we expect it to be. And then increasing energy efficiencies, and of course the last is something whether are we in an entire scheme of production, manufacturing, supply and usage, are we really sensitive about the greenness? Are we optimizing that? Do we have something which is green premium or something like that? Those are the things which actually have to be insensitized. It has to be ingrained so that we actually lead to where we want to be. Now, how do we do? I mean, we heard in the mornings, it makes me very bullish about it. But what are the things which actually we need to do going forward? If you talk about, these are the certain things which we should be thinking, we should be conscious about, and we should be also trying to do our piece towards this. Primarily, if you see, distributed energy resource management, something very critical, and as I think he did mention about, the EV volumes which are going to pick up. Are we ready for handling those sort of EV volumes? While FAME establishes something, FAME 2 reinforces that. Going forward, are we ready for FAME 3, 4, 5? I think no. We talk about putting dispensers on a roadside and say that we are done. Are we done? Are we having an infrastructure, entire powertrain which supports those sort of dispensers to charge the EVs which are going to come? I think the question, perhaps no. Are we talking about some grids which are connected, which can, on a real-time basis, can they sense the demand and they can rightfully respond? Perhaps a lot of things have to be done. Are we talking about some revenue models which perhaps can help in terms of, monetizing grids more? Grid is investing, the state is investing, country is investing, but are we trying to evolve some models which may perhaps help them to, recover these capex investments? For example, like data we talk about. So can the data, whatever data we have, which is actually residing with the states, can this be leveraged to other companies for B2C consumption? We have multiple examples in the past around the world where the data with consent of users can be shared and they can monetize it. We have not been thinking on those lines at all. And of course, all this data actually brings up, the cyber risk. We are globally one of the best rated growing economies. And of course, we are in cynosure of all the economies around. And which actually attracts all these things which might happen. We know I don't want to talk about few things which are happening around the prior countries, with whom we share our borders. But this is something which has to be, and there's a good attempts being made by METI. The guidelines being issued, the growth of data centers, the confines in which they have to operate is all good work. But is this adequate enough? I think that has to get pursued. And last, I think Maheshji just mentioned about it also. The new things which are going to come up, the rooftop solar, something which we all know, the vertical winds, the hydro pumps, these are the future. 5 years down the line, these are the animals which we have to all face and get integrated with. Are we getting ready? Or are we just talking about what we spoke in 2015 or 2020? So if you see, this is the typical architecture which we as a company actually advise and deliver, is something which is fully integrated. We have all sorts of energy, producers. We have all sorts of energy consumers, and we see as to how do we integrate them all together so that you have all the data possible which you are looking for online, and you can sense the demand, you can predict the demand and get ready for responding to it seamlessly. And this is what we need to do besides increasing the volume which presently exists. So if you typically see, those three pies, which is towards the end, that's the success mantra. There's a success mantra for a resilient grid which we as India and as Indians are looking up to, and which will happen for sure under the power of the hall which is here and the people who are listening. I am sure we are towards this. Now, very frankly, and I know I am conscious about time, I don't want the bell to get ringing upon me. So, if you talk about any industry, these are the three basic fundamentals for driving sustainability. One is how do you strategize, how you digitalize, and how do you decarbonize. Essentially, when I speak about strategizing, I'm talking about four fundamental things. I'm talking about, everyone seems to be speaking about, oh, I need to do something on sustainability. The basic fundamental is that what is the baseline? He mentioned about 2020 was the baseline. So we need to measure the baseline. We need to create a roadmap. We need to also structure a program and also tell those people who will drive that. There's a lot many times I have seen in industry, it just lies at apex level, doesn't percolate down. This is one. And the very important element is the digitalization, which we need to do, because that's the key of all this, whatever delivering roadmap, because it is not only required to measure it accurately, it also is very important for course correcting in case you are going wrong. So then, and the last, of course, is the electrification, reduction and replacement and engaging the full value chain. Today we are talking about things, you talk about, and you don't get it done to the last mile where from your sourcing, then it is of no use. And the company in which I represent actually has solutions all across. We have been trying to do, and it's not only Schneider who does it. There are a lot of peers of me in the industry actually are doing it. Is how much you embrace, how much you appreciate, and what appetite the industry has to actually get this installed and going. Just the last slide, because this is what Schneider is. This is what we have been trying to do around. Sustainability stays around the core. 25, we have actually taken some internal targets. We are talking about cutting emission to half of whatever top 1,000 suppliers globally are. We are trying to reduce 800 metric tons of emissions to all our customers. We are trying to forcing and making people appreciate and embrace sustainable actions by the employees. Our revenues are going to be 80% in 2025 out of this. And we are working on making energy access to at least about 50 million people around. And we are being appreciated for the work which is being done, which is not happening just because we want to do, is happening because they are like-minded people like you on the other side who are actually appreciating and agreeing to this. So with this, I come to an end. I think I was within the time limits of 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Taking cue from what Uday has said, I think if I take a crux of what he has said, what he has presented for last 10 minutes, I think it's all about building a sustainable future with next-gen connected ecosystem in which strategy, digitization and cyber security has to be given importance. Thank you so much, Uday Singh, CEO and MD of Schneider Electric Infrastructure Limited. This brings us to the end of the inaugural session, but I'll request all of you to stay back because we have a live demo now by Nikhil Mahadeshwar, founder of Cyber Security India. He can hack anything, so he'll be showing that. Don't give your phone to him, trust me. You'll enjoy that presentation. But before that, I'd like to invite Sri M.A.K.P. Singh, Member Hydro and CISO Minister of Power, Central Electricity Authority, to come on stage and kindly hand over a small token of appreciation to our inaugural speakers. A huge round of applause for Mr. M.A.K.P. Singh. He is the program mentor of National System and Energy Innovation Conclave, in which Central Electricity Authority is the host partner. May I invite Sri Rajnath Ram, Advisor, Power and Energy, Niti Aayog, Government of India, to come on stage, please. Can we have the memento on stage, please, Reham? Rajnath Ram set the context of the conference in his inaugural speech. And I request M.A.K.P. Singh, sir, to kindly hand over the small token of appreciation to Rajnath Ramji. May May I request MVR Kumar, Head India Business Group, Yes Technologies to come on stage, please. MVR Kumar. I think. Let me invite Mr. Parag Sharma. I think he's not also there. So let me invite Uday Singh, CEO and MD, Schneider Electric Infrastructure Limited, come on stage, please. Thank you so much, Uday, for joining us today. Let me request you, Arun Mahesh Babu, IS, Managing Director, UGBCL and GPCL from Gujarat. Come on stage, please. Huge round of applause for him. Let me invite Sri Musharraf Farooqi, IS, Chairman and Managing Director, Southern Power Distribution Company of Telangana Limited. We'll be hearing from him in the next panel discussion as well. And I request Sanamita Mohanty to kindly hand over a small token of appreciation to MAKP Singh, sir, who is the program mentor of National Sustainable Energy Innovation Conclave. On behalf of APAC News Network. And at the same time, may I request all the speakers who were part of the inaugural session, all the speakers who were part of the inaugural session, if you can come on stage, please. Mahesh Babu, Musharraf Farooqi, MVR Kumar, Rajnath Ramji, Uday Singh. If you all can come on stage for a joint group photo with MAKP Singh. And if we can find Mr. MVR Kumar and Parag Sharma also, they can join us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of the inaugural session of National Sustainable Energy Innovation Conclave. We'll have a address by MAKP Singh, sir, later half of the day. But before that, let me invite Nikhil Mahadeshwar, founder, Cyber Secure India, for a live demo on hacking threats to the power sector. And again, telling you, don't give your phone to him for next 15 minutes. Over to you. Huge round of applause for him, please. He's a global speaker, cybersecurity expert, who's been to the various parts of the world, creating awareness on the importance of cybersecurity and working with various law enforcement agencies and state governments across the country. So over to you, Nikhil.
मैंने मेरा ही कर दिया, मैं आपको दे दूंगा किसी केबल इस जिम. हाँ लगा दो. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Shovik ji, for inviting us here for this demonstration. So I was listening to all the eminent speakers from the morning, and I was making my notes also. So there's a lot to learn from all of you. I'll introduce myself and my organization. We are a Section 8 non-profit company and a cybersecurity community of more than 15,000 people all over the world, working on different aspects of cybersecurity and digital forensics. We also run Center of Excellence in Cybersecurity and Digital Forensics. As Sir told about a concept of cyber cell for the energy sector, also which you mentioned about. So we are working on different we can say sectors of cybersecurity and digital forensics all over the globe. We have Center of Excellence. We are working with India, Africa, UAE, UK, and in Saudi also for community development. So we work with law enforcement agencies, we work with other government bodies, and also with academics in partnership, and we do MOUs for extensive research, internship, and training also. So till now, basically, we have reached more than 1 lakh people in all these aspects. So basic starting from cyber hygiene till web application, mobile application vulnerabilities, and to different type of digital forensics investigation also. So let us start our today's topic basically. So when we say the threats of hacking basically to the power sector, so when we can say there are attacks on the SCADA systems, grid infrastructure, smart meters. So smart meter is a concept, yes, there are people who are installing smart meters and like companies who are installing smart meters. But can smart meters be manipulated or not? That is a question. Can the numbers, can the values be manipulated without even touching to it, or without even gaining the physical access of the smart meter just by getting into that range? So we'll see just a small live demonstration of the same. Then there are energy management systems, customer information. So one of the speaker talked about the data of how we are managing the data of the users who are connected to the business. And obviously we all know about the DPDP Act, which is recently been launched, and are we in adherence with that? If the data is stored inside India or outside India over the cloud, which is the new normal, but are we adhering to that terms? And also, like, it is a good thing. I congratulate the government for launching the cybersecurity framework also for the energy sector, because that also includes a lot of rules and regulation which can minimize the risk. Risk cannot be eliminated at all, but it can be minimized. That is what is our point of view. So let us see basically how we can say what are the threats to the power sector, but how it can be hacked. So first of all, by exploiting the vulnerabilities. So these systems which are used at some of the power grid stations and all are not, like we can say, all of them are updated, and there are challenges. You cannot directly go and update it because there are production, there are customers basically which you have on them. So basically hackers exploit the vulnerabilities which are present into your current system, and that is how we can say the systems get hacked. The remote access is also one of the aspect here. So what type of ports are open and what type of ports are not open, and what type of ports are vulnerable to the existing threats, may it be like ransomware, may it be other type of malwares. Physical access obviously is also a vulnerable thing, and the insider threats also. So for example, you have given some contract to a vendor, what type of information that vendor is having and how that vendor is storing that information. That is also critically important. You may have been secured your facility, but the vendor is having X amount of information, and how that information is stored. Then basically ransomware is, you all know, there are cases in the past where power grid stations have been attacked by ransomware. We'll see a small video, and in this video the device is which is used for manipulating the smart meter values. I'll show you that device also here. I don't have a smart meter here, so or else we have shown a demonstration.
So, can a flipper zero control a power meter? Let's find out.
So this is a device called as flipper zero, right? So flipper zero is they are trying just to brute force to attack on the smart meter, and the values, you can say, can be changed. It's just a 2 minutes video, and you can hear the beep also. Just check the value, it has been reset to 0 again.
That looks interesting. Uh-oh, we got an error.
I'm sorry for this.
Siri here. Let me know if I can help.
Interesting. Uh-oh, we got an error. What do we do?
So there is something how we can change the value.
Flipper, what are you doing?
So whatever the number of value you want, you can manipulate that using such type of devices. So when we talk about such type of hacking devices, or basically such devices which can brute force the smart meter, in the past also we have seen such attacks which are there. So not only smart meters, but anything and everything basically which is connected to any type of like wireless technology or infrared technology can be, we can say, taken down or can be manipulated. So these are some of the challenges. We'll see some demonstrations also here. Attacks on the basically power grid. So you have the example of Redico, which was again the threat actor hacking group, which basically was responsible for the outage of Mumbai power outage, which happened on 12th October 2020. We'll go through the steps basically of initial steps of an attack. So there are spear phishing attacks which are involved into it. So let's look at a demonstration. So I have my colleague Sachin with me, and so what we can do, I'll just require some volunteers from you, and you can just search for a Wi-Fi network. We obviously are in a hotel and we attempt to connect to open Wi-Fi's or something like that. So in the Wi-Fi network, you can see network whose name is APAC. Okay. So just you can search from your mobile only and try to connect to it. And don't worry, that's not a mobile hacking demo. That's coming up, that's different. There's something different which I'm just trying to, so just Sachin, let me know if someone is connected. Okay, so just try to connect. Why I'm trying to basically recreate the situation when working on these powerhouses and systems, we connect to multiple networks. And what can happen when you connect to a vulnerable multiple, we can say wireless network or any type of network? That is something which we can, which we want to demonstrate. Anyone? No one is basically connecting to it. How can I show the demonstration? Sachin, just you need to confirm, is anyone connected to the network? Yes. You got the details? What's the name of the network? APAC. Yeah. Anyone can come and connect from their mobile phone or laptop also. That also works. Sachin, can you hand over it to me, please? Yeah, just, yeah. Okay, someone has connected. And what can happen basically? So, all right, multiple people connected now. That's good, but I'll only tell one, okay? I can see one username, uppcl.dirit. Who is that user? Yes, okay. And basically, you have entered some password also, which is starting from CO. I won't disclose the complete password. So, so basically, whenever you try to connect to such type of Wi-Fi's, and what can happen is your credentials can get compromised, and using that, maybe a router page, a fake Wi-Fi which is spotted, using that your systems can be enumerated, your systems can be exploited. So there is one particular small point which is required to enter into your devices. That is what is the thing. And then malware installation can be done. Connections to the C2 server, command control server basically can be gained. So you'll say, okay, we have antivirus, we have DLPs, we have different type of endpoint solutions. But yes, rather than having all this also, there are 0-day, 1-day exploits which are available. And using that exploits, obviously, the hackers can come into the network. Also, they will learn your whatever technology is there, whatever passwords are there, whatever user credentials are there, and then they can send you an email stating, okay, we have this much details. So I have got other details also, but now I'll stop this. Okay. बंद कर दे. No problem. So there are, who are these threat actors? So basically it is not always an individual who attack on a facility. So there are different type of APT groups, Sandworm is one of them, Dragonfly is one of them, basically APT 33, APT 41 basically was one of the part of responsible for the October 2020 Mumbai Power Grid attack, Black Energy and Lazarus group. So there are many, but these are the few names. Then I will come to some another demonstration. This is also a content diagram and reconstruction. We can say a CDR diagram where you can actually use this as a solution for your, we can say, CDR analysis. So now I'll show you another use of this device where your toll gates or any type of parking gates, we can say, can be how it can be bypassed. So just as a 10-second video. And again, by brute forcing and coming into the range, we can do that. Can you see that the so the toll gate can be bypassed. Also, the signals.
More red lights, thanks to my buddy.
Signals can be bypassed. So this is basically what we can say remotely the things when you use such devices that can be done. So we'll also see, Sachin, you have to go there and try it. So with the permission of these exhibitors, we have two televisions which are posted like there for advertising. So if you allow us, basically we can just show a demonstration how that can be turned off. Thank you very much. So just, yeah, we are into that module. Just turn it on. That's it. So you can see a small demonstration of how things can go wrong. Also, the air condition temperature can be controlled. Okay, can you see that television is turned off? The SAS television is turned off. You can turn it on back, Sachin. Okay, the another television also can be turned off within the range, whatever it is. The right side television or left side television also can be controlled. You can control the car lock and unlock, so you can break into that systems. This device is banned, sir. This device was available. But see, it is the device which contains all programs, but you can use separate programs also. Okay. Just press the button again, or else you can turn it on back with your remote. If they are watching some television channels, we can increase the volume, decrease the volume, change the channel. Multiple things can be done. While we can do this with projector also, but there is no projector. This is a wired thing. So anything wireless, obviously, can be taken care. Yeah, please bring the device back here. So now we'll jump on to another demonstration here, which again, just give me a minute. I'll need to log in. Okay, so we'll give a live demonstration of how a mobile phone can be spied and what all information you can get after a mobile phone is spied. Okay, so for, why mobile phone? Because we all are dealing with systems, critical infrastructure, everything. But all the information, every one of us has having a WhatsApp, closed WhatsApp group in your office, in everything, right? And how do you operate that closed infrastructure? Basically, you have some of the other information inputs which you share on your WhatsApp group, which you operate from your mobile phone, your emails, your work emails, your personal emails, your photographs, your videos. So we have been working with a lot of organizations, and there we see The data was not leaked because of the critical information infrastructure's loopholes. The data was leaked because of the personal devices. They were compromised. And in the personal devices which were compromised, the data, critical data was present. So let's say I'll just show you one dashboard. Now, okay, Sachin, please come back here with the device. Yeah. So this is a phone. Anyone from the audience can handle the phone, please, if someone wants to volunteer. Anyone? Okay. So you can just check the information which I am displaying on the screen. Is the information correct or not? Ideally, we take phones from the audience, but this time no one volunteered. Last 2 times we did. So we can see the battery percentage, the model number, the mobile number which is in the phone. Rather than that, all the contacts. So when we download any of the application, we can see the contacts. So basically it starts from here, and the attacker basically can block the contacts. You can see this. So for example, I can search for the contact of Sovikji, and so basically I can block the user's contacts. Now, Sovikji, you can please try to call my number, but sorry, you will not have my another number. I'll just share that with you. Normal call, but not on that number. Just I'll share that number with you. Just a minute. So these phones basically are used for demonstration. If anyone else wants to give their phone, we can open for that. What I wanted to show a demonstration, we always use two-factor authentication, OTPs and everything, right? I have messaged you my another number. Please try calling on that number. So we use normally OTPs and everything, okay. So till the time he is calling, I'll show you one text message from the phone. If the text message can be fetched, this all message can be fetched. Yes, so basically my colleague has messaged me, I'll call you back later. And I've received that. It's showing busy. Are you able to receive his call? No, because it's blocked. Now, when a two-factor authentication comes, every two-factor authentication is having a service number. You'll say, okay, TM X number of service, or SMSBI, if we talk in terms of banking or in terms of 2FA solutions which are available. So that service number can be blocked by the attacker. And it can be delivered here in the panel, but the user will not receive it. The user will receive the next operation, whatever the next action is. In case of banking, we say user will receive, thank you for shopping 50,000 when the money is gone. So in case of 2FA, basically once the login is done, everything is done. Now, I'm not getting much into forensic readiness, that's a separate topic. But when you will investigate also, your SMS delivery channel will show the SMS is delivered. But to whom? To the device or to the attacker? That is a question. Then, as I told you about WhatsApp, can you see the 17 here, the number, okay? If I click here, you can actually see my WhatsApp, it will load my whole WhatsApp communication, right? Some group is there basically, and here I can see, you can see basically the complete WhatsApp communication in the group. So even if one single person's WhatsApp is hacked or compromised, the whole group communication can go to a toss. Yeah, I saw, I'll show you. Yeah, I see, this was my whole group communication. So this is my London Tech Week delegation communication. You can see this is the whole group. You can read the conversations. You can view the images. So you can go into the call logs. I can see Sovikji tried to call, but he could not. I can see your missed call. Okay, I'll just unblock you in some time once the demonstration is over. You can see the photographs which are downloaded. Instagram, we can say the notifications and many more things. So this was an Android. Let's say people talk about, okay, which phone is, or we can say device is more secure or not. But like you can do a lot of things. Now, is the phone on silent? Because I was sitting and listening to you all. Is the phone on silent, right? The phone should be on silent because I was listening to you. But there are many things which can be done. Just like, just close it. So that was playing my ringtone into basically silent mode. So it can initiate a call when it is locked. So I can call from that phone to my another number. This is where I got the call. and that is calling from. Rather than that, there are many aspects depending on the connectivity and all. The attacker can capture a photograph from the phone, video, live video from the phone. I think there's some communication issue, but actually we can capture, we can see what the attacker, what the user is doing on his screen. We can do a live screen capture, and many more things are there. We can see the location, where the location is, if the location, see, you can see this is the location. If I'll zoom out, we'll come to, is this the right location? Ashoka Road, and there is Royal Plaza Hotel here. We can see that, okay. So now let's come to some, sorry, this is my the presentation. Yeah, you can keep the location off. There are SMS commands using which your location can be turned on, because the spy application is inside the phone. So using SMS command, even if you turn off your mobile data, you are using SMS command, basically the mobile data can be turned on, Wi-Fi can be turned on or off. So there are multiple aspects. You have been heard about like attacks like Pegasus. I'm not going into how it was done and everything, but like Pegasus, there are multiple applications which are available. Now I'll show you, just can you give the phone? Please, please, sir. I'm making you aware, sir. Yeah, I'll come to that. Don't worry. Like making you aware is the intention, not afraid. And I'll come to the solution part. Now, I'll again need some volunteers from you. People who are using iPhone, right? iPhone, they feel they are more secure. We'll do a small demo, okay? So people who are using iPhone, including me, can you just unlock your phone and do anything? You can check your notification, both times say message aaye honge. So just, so can basically you check your phones, just unlock your phone and check whatever you're doing with your phone, you can. So iPhone, I'll tell you some information about iPhone. iPhone was, so can you see whoever has unlocked their iPhone, anyone can see some notifications or pop-up coming on their phone? Anyone who have unlocked their iPhone? Sachin, second option. Aa gaya? Kya aaya hai? Can you show it to the audience? Connecting TV. Did I even touch your phone? No. Anyone else got that pop-ups? Sachin, second option. First name, second option. Huh? Huh. Anyone else has unlocked their phone? Yeah. Apple TV something. So she's sitting at that corner also. She got. So you can close that notification or close that screen pop-up and see what is happening. You will get next pop-up. So basically, when I'll tell you some facts about the attack which happened in the past, they said on iOS it was a 0-click attack, while on Android it was a 1-click attack. I am not here to say which device is more secure, but everything is vulnerable, and we need to keep our systems updated on that time, and it totally depends on the current state of the vulnerability. Sorry, you did not get anything. Okay, so maybe the range issue, but obviously you can just stop that. So what we did is basically we did a Bluetooth spamming. Where's Bluetooth is turned on, you will get that attack. Now what we ideally do is we usually go and turn Bluetooth off from the notification panel. That doesn't actually means that you have turned it off. People who got the notification can try turning it off. Still you will get it, because it goes into the standby mode. So you have to go into the settings and turn it off completely. So these are few things basically which are the purpose to show this from the professional and personal, both the perspectives is very important. And all the data can be, we can say, accessed if you are on a vulnerable network. And this is something which iOS also has not fixed till now. That's the reason you're getting it, the pop-ups or we can say notifications which you have got. Toll bypass we have seen, signal bypass also we have seen. So that's it from my end. Thank you very much for listening to me. My LinkedIn ID if you want to connect me. And these are all types of research and everything which we keep doing. So if there was a air conditioner here, not centralized, but no, split AC, we could have shown that demo. A car demo we can show, and television you have seen. So there are many aspects here. So any questions, I am open for one question if you want. I think we are running out of time. Sorry? Yeah, sorry, your question. So basically, you have to first of all keep installing antivirus or anything which are paid, not free. Second is you have to install or check if there is a highly sophisticated malware. There is a framework called as MVT, Mobile Verification Toolkit. So it was released after the Pegasus attack by Amnesty International. There are samples over the web, and you can just scan it completely. In-depth scan where antivirus can also be bypassed, where MVT can help you. May it be iOS, may it be Android phone. Then basically turn on your Google Play, we can say scan off on, where you go into the Play Store and you just have to turn it off. So that these are the options. Then notification badges, where all we receive a lot of notifications and you can see it on your screen. But rather than that, when you unlock, it should be seen. So what spy application does is how it fetched my WhatsApp messages with the help of notifications. If I would have turned it off, then basically it would have not fetched. So the spy application is having notification permission, and this spy application you cannot see on the phone because it is into the stealth mode or hidden mode. Even if you use the latest Android 13, which shows you which application is taking which permission, then also there are spywares which can bypass that. There is extensive research going on the zero-click attacks, or we can say no-click attacks, where you just come in the range, or even if you are not in the range, that can be the data can be captured. Even if this phone is now out of this hall, we can listen to the live audio. The phone is lying on the table, and what your conversation you are having can be listened. The call recordings can be listened, and other things which we saw. So thank you very much. If you have any queries, we also conduct this type of training on OT and SCADA systems. Also, we are in collaboration with OpSweat, where if you want to learn free of cost courses for the security of OT industry, you can just DM me on LinkedIn, and any other questions can be taken online. Okay, thank you very much, Savik ji, for this wonderful time.
Thanks, Nikhil Mahadeshwar, founder Cybersecurity India, for making sure that we're all now afraid of our phones and devices. I told you not to give you a phone. So this time, none of my colleagues actually volunteered. His colleague has volunteered to give his phone. But that's on a lighter note, but that is what vulnerability is all about. And I think, especially for important and vital installations with which national security is related, we all have to be aware of that. And I think one of the important parts also which you have said, that we are talking about technology, how this technology is being misled and everything. But what about people? Because we talk about people, policy, innovation. I think the most important thing is that we have to create awareness within our workforce, that even a small mistake that can open the Pandora's box, because most of the things starts from there. Mumbai attack actually was a prime example of how human error has ensured that this kind of attack can take place. So I think that sensitization within the workforce, human resource, that is also important. I request Sri M.A.K.P. Singh sir to come on stage and kindly hand over a small token of appreciation to Nikhil Mahadeshwar, founder, Cybersecurity India. A huge round of applause for him, please. Thank you, Nikhil Mahadeshwar. Thank you, M.A.K.P. Singh, sir. I request MVR Kumar. MVR Kumar, Head India Business Group, Yes Technologies, to come on stage, because he was part of the inaugural session, and that time I think we missed on him. So I request him to come on stage, and I request M.A.K.P. Singh to kindly hand over a small token of appreciation to MVR Kumar, Head India Business Group, Yes Technologies. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us today. With this, we move to the next segment. We have another presentation from the industry now. For that, I request Hiral Sharma, Principal Systems Engineer, Public Sector, Fortinet, to come on stage. The presentation topic is Secured Energy Innovation and Digital Transformation. A huge round of applause for her, please.
Can I get a pointer? Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's absolutely an honor and privilege to be present amongst all of you today. And what a time to come on stage where we have seen cyber hacks in real life. We've seen some interesting demo and some threatening and some, offensive stuff which has been demonstrated live by my industry colleague, which beautifully showcases as to what can happen in a cyber threat life, right? The time is perfect because here I am to give you the 3 strategies to deal with this cyber attack, specifically in our environment, which are related to IT and OT. So without delaying it further, I will quickly get into the details of what we're looking at. It's been an interesting journey since morning till now. We've heard a lot of innovations specifically around power, right? It's great to see how our country is leading in terms of solar innovations, cutting down emissions, looking at smart metering, smart grid, and ecosystems like that. But what imposes is a cyber risk and cyber threat. I think all of us agree to it. I don't have to dwell into it and specifically explain why is cyber so important today, because we've all heard and seen the demonstration earlier on a consumer life basis, right? When on a consumer level, it can impact us so much. Imagine at an industry level, at an organizational level, what could be the impact. Now, going further to it, today, when we specifically talk about industrial innovation, we talk about Web 3.0, Viksit Bharat as an aim, as a mission. We talk about smart metering. Now, there is a term that has been coined specifically for our industry that's called cyber physical systems. Right? After the innovation of connected world, after the innovation of digital world, there's one term which talks about cyber physical system. Now, what is cyber physical system? We will be understanding in coming slides as we move on. But predominantly, what does it bring as a challenge to all of us present here is the cyber colossus. Now, colossus, as we understand, is predominantly around the volumes to tackle. Something which is beyond our imagination, something which is beyond our experience altogether. The data that we talk about, it's inspiring and it's definitely motivational in terms of the growth that we're looking at from an energy delivery transmission perspective. But would we be able to handle such kind of data volumes when it comes to secure our infrastructures? And all of you are the prime owners of providing the cyber secured nation, while this innovation and transformation has to go on. Right, so now when we talk about dealing with that, I want to play this particular interesting video, though my colleague has already done this. I hope everybody has seen this video of Mr. Tharoor. Sound, please. Yeah. So before this, we actually saw the impersonation or getting into the level of your devices, your signals, your world of IT. Who could ever imagined impersonating Mr. Tharoor himself? And better than him. If looking at from a layman's eye perspective, it's very, very difficult to understand what's the differentiation. Which one is an AI avatar and which one is a real human out there? Which is a threat to identity itself. And which also brings to our key concern, human beings the weak link. And people will always matter. So can we get away from the fact of managing our identity and identity of your employees who are actually taking care of these innovations, who are responsible for having the privileged accesses to the critical system that they're operating in, and so on and so forth. And bringing that, now let's look at specifically the related attacks in our OT environment across the globe, right? Now, if you look at till last 2023, these are the global attacks. Started with Stuxnet, which created a huge era of how OT systems were getting impacted. Now, this is something that is, available on public information also, but let's look at India. We heard about Ladakh. We also saw, reference coming in as to how we were not able to, how hackers were not able to actually get in and, how we were able to secure our systems. The two leading tabloids of our country have reported, and our statements as a government entity as to what has been our security measures are also highlighted, and that's available. I'm sure everybody knows about it. But what basically this brings is the complexity. Today, the technology which is supposed to help us in terms of creating an ecosystem which is easy to use, easy to refer, it's playing against us. They are not on defending community, but they are on offensive side. Right? So how do we make sure the complex environment like that we're still able to manage? And last challenge, I wouldn't say challenge, it's for our benefit, but from an organizational perspective that you refer, how many of you have actually adopted CA guidelines? How are you complying to the CA guidelines? Now with the power cert coming into the place, you will have many advisories coming your way. How do we make sure that at a national level, whatever decisions are being taken care of, whatever intelligence are being shared, proactively is adapted to our ecosystem? Which is the third part of a challenge, which is compliance. So net, before moving into the final summary of our challenges, I also wanted to highlight around cyber physical system. Now, what is cyber physical system? Gartner has coined this term from a research perspective. So the previous examples are the examples which we've experienced. This is something that our researchers are highlighting, that this is the future that holds for us. By 2027, not only power, but anything which has industrial control systems and are connected to any kind of internal or external networks will be termed as cyber physical systems. And there is supposed to be a dedicated strategy around how do we secure our cyber physical system. So to summarize, the top 3 C challenges of cyber today are around the colossus, which is the volume, the complexity, and last but not the least, are compliances, right? Now here I am to give you these strategies to handle these challenges effectively. Now let's talk about the very first being, what should be your approach when you handle cyber? Now, the very first has to be, one of our industry leaders and very dear colleague from a cybersecurity world has stated a very beautiful statement around cyber. Cybersecurity is not about tools, not about technical certification, not about compliance. It has to be a risk-driven approach, which has to be a power of your muscle memory. When we talk about risk augmentation, risk, as we understand, are 2 types that an organization needs to look at. One is tactical, another has to be the strategic one. Tactical, as we all know, today I don't know of any organization which does not have basic or hygiene preventive tools. Everybody has antivirus, everybody has firewalls, everybody has basic network or level protections around email, around web. That needs to go on. How do you develop a strategy around building your prevention mechanism on a day-to-day basis, and how do you elevate from wherever you are? It's very critical. On top of it, you build your ecosystem from a response perspective. Now that response, again, as I said, does not limit only to tools. You need to have an ecosystem. If there is a situation, how to respond to that incident? How do you respond to a criticality? But most importantly, there has to be a dedicated, alignment towards strategy. And what I liked about the CA guidelines and the amendments that came in was around having a dedicated security organization and emphasize on having a dedicated strategic CISO offering, wherein you look at the organizational risk and relate to it from a strategy perspective and build something called proactive detection. Right? Now, how do we do that? Which is also aligned to a directive which is by NIS. This is a global compliance that we're talking about. And NIS was one of the legal compliances that did not talk about typical R solutions around strategy of how do you have tools, how do you have compliances, but it spoke about risk. How do you align your organizational risk with the strategies that you build in from a cyber perspective? Now, as we go on, if you look at from an attacker's perspective, right? My colleague has already spoken about it in a previous session. My industry colleague Nikhil has elaborated this in detail. I'll not go into the details of what this attackers are. But predominantly, if you look at the common attack vectors around the OT are around the typical PLC systems, the remote systems, right, where the availability is so important, which goes beyond the normal cybersecurity requirement. If you were to choose as a decision maker, as a management leader, you would always choose to have a system available because that's what business demands. And that's what is easy exploitable target for attackers to come in. What we saw previously as a mobile hacking example, right, that was a lure that was created. The team was actually trying to lure you with an easy given Wi-Fi. Right? Now, if the techies like us can get influenced, imagine the normal employees who are sitting at a remote factory where the network itself is struggle, and somebody comes in with the power of saying that you have an easy Wi-Fi access, please log in and you get your network connectivity. It's a lure. And people will definitely be coming in for it. Now, what do? We have to align our strategy, as I said, not only around technological controls, but also around the entire aspect which is recommended by NIST as a framework around people, process, and technology. Now, what do? We build an ecosystem which basically aligns with our organizational cybersecurity around your built-in security, around your communication channels, around your integrity, and most importantly, your micro-segmentation. If your smart meters, if your safety systems, if your networks are segregated and there's a proper segmentation which has been done, if you have controls on network that any ROG device, which is what the device my colleague was showcasing earlier, would not have access until that passes through the certain checks, and you have privilege identity control in place, nobody would be able to come in so easily, which was been showcased earlier. Right? So if you have controls in place, right controls, right processes in place, you will still be able to protect your ecosystem. I belong to an organization, as we know, Fortinet. We are the leaders in cybersecurity globally. Our entire ecosystem around that supports the entire multi-variant protection. And our entire team is available here. We will get into the details as and when you have discussions around it. Would be more than happy to get into the discussions. But today I am not here to talk around the products. Let's talk strategy, as we said. The very first being convergence. So what we're talking is your risk, your strategies has to get converged into the kind of solutions that you're looking forward. The kind of risk association or risk decrease that you want to do. How do you effectively utilize your resources, which are existing protection, as well as how you build on top of it? How do you make sure that any networking equipment which are, let's say you're looking forward to thermal plants or power plants are ruggedized and still secured? How do we take care of critical requirements but provide security as an inherent nature to it? Whether it is network, whether it is Wi-Fi, whether it is connectivity, the security has to be based there. And that's what we talk about convergence when we talk about security. So every strategic initiative around IT or digital or smart, as you say, when you take, it has to lead by security. Security should be an inherent nature to it. Second, very important part, I think my previous colleagues from industry have been watching this session since morning, and I was very happy to see when Schneider talked about platform. I think today we realize the importance of not having siloed approach, right? Not having multiple tools available for endpoint protection, for email, for web, and so on and so forth. Of course, we need protection. But ultimately, everything has to get converted into a platform like you and I today belong to, wherein multiple industry speakers are coming, sharing their experiences, we learn from each other. That's what platform benefits. We create a platform wherein the detection technologies, we provide early detection, we use AI and ML to work with us, for us, not against us. And very importantly, we create a centralized ecosystem so that in case of a crisis, the investigation and remediation becomes centralized and which is controlled by you, but not the third party. Which is basically the consolidation. When you consolidate multiple single siloed point products into an integrated platform. Right? So today, if you look at any attacker, like previously he showed one attack, he also showed the steps of what were involved in the Mumbai attack. But if you look at from a technological alignment perspective, we call it cyber kill chain. Any typical cyber attack would have different stages of an attack. These are the different stages. I'm not getting into the details of technicalities here, but if you look at typical prevention mechanism, always starts here at a mid layer. By the time it's very late, somebody has already planned something against you. They've already strategized as to how they need to come inside, whether to use spear phishing, that means email as a media, your network, that means your Wi-Fi or Bluetooth as a media, or your endpoint, which is a weak link using humans as a media. Once they fly already at the exploitation level, which is a mid layer of a cyber kill chain, that's where your prevention mechanism, which are existing tools, will start taking actions. What we want a shift left approach in life. We need to start where they are strategizing. And that's where your early detection is so critical and so important. To always try to look at or have a solution which is a third party view apart from what you see, which is an external view. Now, apart from what we saw today, are you aware there's something called Shodan? Yeah? So if people who are not aware, just go and search Shodan. Shodan is an open community search. And if you just go and search electricity, you will see minimum 82 to 85 open available devices, IPs, everything available on internet. What somebody needs is to wait to know what exploit needs to be used. And they'll try and exploit the critical systems. If something on the internet or the darknet is so easily available, we need to be prepared to deal with this in advance. Right? Organization like SOT India, when they share the intelligence, they get the intelligence from reputed organizations at the back end, which is called external attack surface monitoring, complete digital risk prevention, wherein you get involved at a layer where the attackers are planting something against you. For more to know on this, please visit our booth and we'll tell you more around it. But what we are saying is start an early protection. Second, how do we use AI and ML as a technology to work for us? When we are talking about an integrated platform and building a platform to lead our investigation centrally. Let's say there's an alert which has come, which basically talks about a policy violation on external file sharing, which is nothing but a data exfiltration alert. As a layman, would you be able to tell me what needs to be done next? Or let's say L1, L2 engineer, they're security engineer, there are too many tools. It's not their fault to not know everything. What if technology helps you and you go ahead and you get the tool itself tells you that how can I help you? It's as used as using a chat GPT or Bard or Gemini. Just go and say, suggest me some incident remediation mechanism against this incident that I've got. You get multiple suggestions. On top of it, you can go ahead and say, create a response mechanism, which in cyber world is known as playbook creation. When you click on create a playbook, the entire automated response mechanism is created just with a normal type English chat. It's that easy for an executive, for a L2, L3 engineer, your starting engineers, to standardize your security operations. And all of that happens when the technology works with you and not against you. Last, the compliance part. You need to have technological controls which definitely complement your compliances, whether it is CEA compliance, CERT India compliance, Power Cert compliances, or global standard compliances like NIST, IEC, and so on and so forth, which basically starts with your asset management. Look for tools which can provide you not only IT visibility, but also get into the detail of OT visibility. That gets into the access control and network access control mechanism. What my colleague tried earlier with the mobile hack and everything, he tried something called RAT as a tool, remote access Trojan. Now, how do you control remote access? When you have a proper controls on network access, and privilege access is very important. As I said, identity cannot be taken away. And then so on and so forth around SOC and risk management. I think there's a dedicated initiative around how do we establish our centralized security operations center. We have a complete offering around it. Please visit our booth to know more. So net, what we are trying to say, we heard about the 3 critical challenges of cyber, which was around colossus, around complexity, and last but not least, meeting the regular compliances. Here are the 3 C strategies for you to deal with it. Start with converged approach, where security becomes a second nature to you. Anything around IT and OT that you look forward as an initiative, please look forward for cybersecurity as an inherent approach. consolidate your entire ecosystem into a platform where the intelligence can be exchanged, which can be acted upon, which is known as actionable intelligence. Last but not the least, how do the entire ecosystem help you to comply to your critical requirements? Now let's look at one of the key example as a demonstration. All of you get the CERT advisory. Do we get the CERT advisory on the latest vulnerabilities and ecosystem around it? What do we do in a typical environment when the CERT releases a vulnerability advisory? Okay, we typically receive that advisory in a form of IOC. That's called indicator of compromise. Now IOC, as we know, are different types. There are 21 different types of IOC. You have IP information, you have domain, you have MD5 hash, you have SHA-1 hash, and so on and so forth. If somebody is giving an intelligence, let's say CERT does a lot of investigation, forensics, and they get to know that these are the vulnerabilities which are available, these are the IP which are harmful. Usually in an organization which is all cyber ready and has a great platform, they would follow below stages. They'll extract the IOC, validate whether it is applicable to us or not. Then they will have change request and they'll try and put into their existing protection mechanism. Okay, that's a typical process. Now let's look at with the technological innovation and the integration and platform that we're trying to build, how do we optimize? Okay, so we can create an ecosystem wherein the CERT can provide the mail going to the platform that we're trying to create. The moment the platform it goes, 90% of the organization today does not do the validation of whatever advisory we receive. Typically, we get the list of IPs, we just put it on the blocklist mode of firewall. Aren't we doing that? Which impacts your performances big time. This is the platform that will actually get into the details of every IOC and validate on your behalf automatically. Using the community feeds, using the threat intel feeds, using the open source feed, which is not only dependent on one particular provider. Going forward, this is what the dashboard that your SOC analyst or L1, L2 engineers will see. There's an alert from CERT, I need to act upon it. What's the time that we see in the window? Just 38 seconds. The moment it is executed, you get to know out of the IOC list that has been shared by CERT as an advisory, how many of them are malicious and what is not malicious. So I only need to act upon what is malicious for us. Go ahead and automatically, this is a firewall dashboard. Without any human intervention, that gets applied and put into the quarantine or a blacklist as we understand. Automatically, right? And you get that acted upon from a inbox to a processed email that has come in. So what we're trying to say, a typical organization wherein the entire ecosystem is built, best practices are being utilized, takes almost half a day's time to act upon something, which we can automate within a minute's time. Using the power of platform and the strategies which I discussed earlier. With that, we improve on our efficiency, we improve on our mean time to respond, and it's a proactive security model, but not the reactive one. Fortinet has multiple solutions available as we discussed, and we are available out here to have conversations with you. Our motto is to provide cybersecurity everywhere you need it, whether it is device, cloud, network, critical infrastructures, or day-to-day human lives. Please feel free to visit us. And with that, I want to thank you for giving us an opportunity to share our strategies and our experiences, which you can apply. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Hiral Sharma from Fortinet for again sharing an insightful presentation. When Nikhilji gave his presentation, we all are scared. But your presentation has again proved that there's always light at the end of the tunnel. There are solutions which can be leveraged by the government entities which can actually counter the challenge of cybersecurity. That's quite heartening. I request MAKP Singh sir to come on stage and kindly hand over a small token appreciation to Hiral Sharma from Fortinet. After this, we have the first discussion of the day on making our utilities efficient and resilient through innovation. Thank you so much, Hiral. Mr. Singh, I request you to stay back and start the panel discussion. I request you to make comments for this discussion, in which we have Mr. Arun Mahesh Babu, IAS MD, UGVCL and GPCL, and also Musharraf Farooqi, IAS CMD, Southern Power Distribution Company of Telangana Limited. And we have industry leader with us, Satyajit Dwivedi, Regional Director, EMEAP, Energy Utilities, Mining and Metals, Public Sector, SAS. So I request Satyajit also join us on stage. Mahesh Babuji and Musharraf Farooqi, please join us on stage, please. Two more chairs on stage. So, hi, now we have the first panel discussion of the day. It happens to be I am the moderator for this session. So let me again introduce all of you to our esteemed speakers for this panel. We have with us MAKP Singh, Member Hydra and CISO, Minister of Power, Central Electricity Authority, also happens to be the program mentor of National Sustainable Energy Innovation Conclave. We are joined by two policymakers, Arun Mahesh Babu, IS, MD, UGVCL and GPCL. We already heard his presentation, saw his presentation in the morning, and we learned a lot of things about new initiatives in the state of Gujarat. We are joined by Musharraf Farooqi, IS, CMD, Southern Power Distribution Company of Telangana Limited, and we are also joined by industry leader Satyajit Dwivedi from SAS. So without taking much time, let me first ask the question to MAKP Singh ji. Sir, since you represent Central Electricity Authority, if I may ask you that how does your regulatory authority promote innovation while ensuring reliability and affordability, especially for the energy sector? So your thoughts on that?
Very nice question actually. See, we all know that Indian government is having an ambitious plan of capacity addition in RE sector actually. And you all know that it is a intermittent and variable generation source. We need to overcome this intermittency for ensuring the round-the-clock power supply. So we have taken up many initiatives like how best we can flexibilize our thermal generation, so that during our off-peak hours we can reduce the generation from them actually, and in the evening it can pick up. We cannot afford to shut down. So we have tested all our thermal machines for running at 55%. We are going down to 40% in the days to come actually, and to some extent some of the machines may also demonstrate running at 25% of the capacity. So that sort of support we are giving to the grid through our innovations and R&D. So that is one thing. Moreover, now since we are in a search of cheap energy storage solutions actually, we are working on many fronts to find the alternate raw materials which are available in India, which can provide a better, cheaper solutions for grid level energy storage. So that is another factor that we are working. Other concepts that we are, you know, that we worked upon, and many of the technologies which has helped us to improve the efficiencies, like we have talked about the supercritical parameters we have used for thermal power generations. Similarly, we have now for energy security, cyber security is disruptive, where we are coming up with many of the suggestions for where we can collaborate with the OEMs as well as the utilities. So we will be discussing, I will be discussing that in my topic.
Right. So we'll be hearing more about that in detail, about what he is thinking, especially in terms of leveraging innovation and cyber security as well. Let me have a perspective from Telangana. We have with us Musharraf Farooqi. He's the CMD of Southern Power Distribution Company of Telangana Limited. So if I may ask you that for distribution companies, modernization can come with financial sustainability. What role do technological advancement or emerging technologies can play in minimizing those losses and improving sustainability? Your thoughts on that?
See, it's not only a discom. I come from a discom which has Hyderabad, which is one of the IT capitals of the country. So today the consumer is so restless. I would say in Hyderabad, if there is a power disruption of even 5 minutes, it's a big deal. So on one hand, we are trying to bring in more sustainability. And on the second hand, I mean, the consumer is demanding so much of reliability in the system. I think in addition to sustainability, our DISCOM is focusing a lot more on reliability also. That is coming through various aspects. And using this platform, I request my industrial partners of this event to help us out in this regard. So, for example, our network, the distribution network, as one of the speaker was mentioning, we have an age-old system that we have evolved over time. And at the same time, we are trying to bring in technology and impose it over that. Now, that itself imposes several challenges, of which cybersecurity is one challenge. So in our DISCOM, we are definitely ensuring that we are bringing in sustainability, but at the same time, to meet the consumer demand for today and also for tomorrow, that is maybe in the next few decades, it's going to be a bigger challenge. So at every stage, we need a lot of technology intervention, whether that is in projecting or planning or forecasting the demand, or say enhancing our networks, or ensuring the upkeep of the network, and at the same time ensuring that the finances of the DISCOMs are also taken into consideration. So we are working on a multi-dimensional approach, and any thing from the industry is welcome.
So if I take a crux of what you have said, that at one hand, sustainability is there, but at the other hand is the increasing demand of consumers. And are we ready for the future demand? And there you're seeking some collaboration from the industry. We have with us Satyajit Dwivedi from SAS. Satyajit heard two speakers, especially Mr. Musharraf Faruqi, who represent Telangana. He talked about that, he has pointed out that where he can see some collaboration happening between government and industry. We know that your company is working a tremendous way with AI technologies and emerging technologies. So where do you see that AI or emerging technology can address the problems raised by Mr. Faruqi? Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thanks for this, inviting me in this panel, and thank you so much for asking this question to me. And it's really a pleasure hearing your thoughts on that as to what are the challenges. One side sustainability and one side is the demanding customer. So where we see as a role, and of course the financial sustainability part, and this is I have covered, these are my 3 levers actually of my presentation. First 3 slides are these 3 slides. So I will be talking about that. But where AI comes into picture is when you look at a landscape of the evolution of data that is coming up or proliferating in whether we look at distribution or generation or transmission, there's huge amount of data that is coming up through the involvement or through the rollouts of smart meters. And when you look at the element of forecasting, it actually spans across multiple areas. You need forecasting for short term, you need forecasting for mid term, you need forecasting for long term, you need forecasting for peak load management, for your demand response, for your asset management, for your strengthening of your grid. So there are multiple aspects of forecasting renewable energy, and we can go endless. And where we see as utilities to be adopting is forecasting as one of the first capabilities of AI that needs to be embedded into any utility across the value chain. That is where we see that these approaches are paying off, because from tariff planning, from outage to demand side management to EVs and all, this is becoming a need of the hour. The second thing is I would like to touch upon is the reliability part, because This reliability needs to be looked at it from a point of view that what's the horizon that you're looking at. And when we are talking of 2030, 2040 kind of vision that you showed as to how it will change, our investments in our grid, our modernizations in our grid needs to be then very well driven by data, driven by assets which are how they are performing, when they are likely to fail, what's their life cycle, and all these needs to be, insights needs to be generated from the data. The third element that I would like to say from financial sustainability point of view, there are of course revenue side, there are capex and opex side also. And from revenue side, we see two things which are becoming very, very critical. We all have credit scores, right? Everybody has credit scores. But do you have credit score from a utility? Okay, where your collection will be monitored, your strategies will be monitored based on your credit score. Now that is something that we are seeing to be becoming a mindset, even with a mix of prepaid and postpaid meters, which has got certain differences and nuances. But even with that, we see that there are certain challenges around it. The other element of financial sustainability that we are seeing is from a loss point of view. Now, smart meters did come to a certain extent, but these data needs to be harnessed, these data needs to be modeled to come out with identification of inefficiencies in that. And then there are also cost side of it. When we talk about generation, and when we talk about energy or fuel demand or fuel energy efficiency, fuel demand or optimization around it, there are a lot of capex and opex related aspects that can be treated within the generation setup, which will increase your overall plant efficiency that Mr. Ram was talking about it in the morning. So there are opportunities. We need to take it up at the right scale.
So if I may just touch base upon what you have said. One is forecasting, embedding that with the organizations. AI will play a role. Reliability, touch base on reliability and financial sustainability. For example, credit score and everything. And there is opportunity. As we say that there might be challenges, but those challenges can be seen as opportunity. And again, technology can play a important role. But do you see any challenge when it comes to implementing AI technologies with DISCOMs or GENCOs or transmission? Is there any challenges? Do you have anything in particular in mind?
So there are various challenges that needs to be overcome. And the first thing that I would say, the positive side I would focus is that these projects are a journey. These projects are better done with collaboration. These systems are not done from your system, okay, go and implement it, this is my source systems and you do it. It will not work like that. So when you have a AI journey, the collaboration will be very, very important. The involvement of the business itself, because most of the time, specifically in India, and any utility per se, they are in the regular mode of mind. They have their grid to manage, they have their things to do. Getting the business involved and embedded into this process is a very, very vital element, because you know your grid better than anybody else, right? So those elements needs to come out very clearly. Those value additions needs to be brought up into the framework. And the third thing, of course, he has touched upon, which is the data itself. And there are transparency issues, there are interconnection issues, but then that's where industry standards needs to play a role. That's where legacy systems needs to be upgraded. So there is a fair degree of investment also that will be required to ensure that these risks are covered adequately before embarking on the next step.
Right. I'll come to Arun Mahesh Babuji. You have just heard one policymaker's perspective and industry perspective. Where do you think that DISCOMs can work more in terms of finding the right answer for gaining those stability? That can be financial stability, that can be operational stability. And where do you think that technology, again, it can be AI or any other emerging technologies also, can help in that? Your thoughts on that, sir?
So, firstly, I should thank this forum at all, because this is one platform where I think
whether it's a private discom or a government discom, is able to at least meet to the industry leaders. Otherwise, it's always like the industry leaders go to the discoms asking for business or something. After hearing to Nikhil, I think discoms, not only discoms, any say probably government sector or any department for that matter should actually now think upon securing their spaces. He just showed you how vulnerable and how easily vulnerable you are. So I think the first thing is demonstrating vulnerability, and also what ma'am was speaking, what is the solution for this? Like how can cybersecurity play a role? I think it is not just with the energy sector, it is with encompassing all the sectors. We all talk about certifications coming, threat attack, malwares, advanced notifications coming, but a common man doesn't understand what it is. A common man doesn't know how to handle this. I think this needs to be looked at a very, very huge space, and I think it is not the business industry that has to come to the government. I think now it's time for the government to go to the industry asking for help. So that is where I think the first point lies. Second, in terms of when I also spoke about smart grids and smart metering and RDSS and all that, the government's push is to put in a lot of money in transforming this energy landscape, be it DISCOM 11 kV networks, be it transmission networks, or probably the new renewable energy landscape, energy additions that's happening. But having said that, we should always be, first of all, we should accept that we don't have some kind of things. So we should accept that we don't have quality data centers. We should all accept that we don't have proper energy accounting centers. We should accept that having seen such kind of vulnerabilities, I'm sure they can hack into a grid and make the entire grid go black on a day. It would be like the biggest news in the world. An economy which is aspiring to be the world's third largest economy goes blackout. Can you imagine such a news? So, so these are all places where I think industry leaders and experts should barge in. And I think the challenges which I think my good friend was speaking, challenge is not in the acceptability, challenge is in the mindset of people to look with a very open window. I think you should remove your specs out and see with a very open vision. Try to encompass what are the ways in how we can accommodate the private sector. It should be a particular merger of the private and the government sector, so that the cross exchange of information, protection of data. In terms of, if you look about energy sector, the data is about, we are talking about 140 crore population data. It is there in the Aadhaar, it is there with the Election Commission, it is there. Now, nobody talks about that DISCOMs also have such kind of data. Every household data you have. Talking about states like, say, Maharashtra or Uttar Pradesh or Rajasthan, like you have 20-25 crores of data. Gujarat has 6 crore of data. So this data is vulnerable, so vulnerable. And it depends on the resilience that we should be able to incorporate in the system in terms of data protection and terms of data confidentiality also. Now, I am also seeing agencies which data analytics also here. So how this data should be analyzed and at what level it should be analyzed for a policy making, that would drive the entire change. And I'm sure policymakers in Delhi and policymakers in every state would think on those lines on how we need to look at the future, whether it is the energy sector or whether it is the health sector, any sector for that matter. I think I would reiterate, we all need to look at an open mindset. Government has to call experts and accept that we are lesser mortals and probably they are better mortals. I think that will bring about a lot of change in the system. Yeah.
Right. You've touched based upon a very important issue. That when you say that it's not that industry coming to government, but whether government is ready to go to industry. And I think this is also need of the hour, because the kind of vulnerability we are seeing, until unless government and industry come together and work together, again, with which I started in the morning, that come out of our silos and work as a team. And I think CA is also coming up with a lot of policy and framework in terms of cyber security, where they're also talking about leveraging emerging technology. So I'll just come to MAKP Singh ji one more time. Mr. Singh, I've heard the other speakers for last 15-20 minutes or so. Where do you see the future of policy formulation is going in terms of creating that resilient cyber security framework, and how much AI or AI-like technologies will be part of that policy formulation or that suggestions to government? Your thoughts on that?
Very pertinent question actually. what we have learned in last 5 years actually in my dealing with people on the cyber security aspect actually, we have tried to bring in awareness, lot of awareness. That was the first thing that was required actually. Second thing was Madam Sharma was talking about the compliance actually. But the compliance part can be fulfilled only when the people are competent actually. So very first thing that emerges is the capacity building actually. So now we are focusing on capacity building. We have to have some specialized institutes which can not only impart the knowledge modules, but they have to impart the skill modules, because these people, they have to be self-reliant, not rely on the OEMs or AMC provider actually. They should be able to detect the intrusion, isolate the system and recover the system. So that is the capability we want them actually, and that is lacking. Further, if anything, God forbids, happens, then finding the root cause analysis, that is also a very tough task actually. We are lacking security analysts in our country. We are lacking forensic analysts. We are just dependent on tools, and the tools report that they generate actually. We are not able to go to the depth of the real cause of the incident actually. I would in this forum like to make very clear that people talk about the Bombay outage as a cyber attack actually, but it was not a cyber attack, because we analyzed it from both aspects actually, from cyber aspect and from our grid disturbance aspect. It was a human failure actually, and the operator actually switched off the line, which was very critical for the supply of the Bombay, and we have an islanding scheme which did not survive actually because of less generation in that island actually. So let us make it very clear, Bombay attack was not a cyber attack actually. Other part that you touched upon is actually regulations. We are coming on the regulations, and in these regulations right now we have not touched upon this AI and the quantum computing actually. So this is a field whereby we can have more suggestive solutions which can work upon our data. Like Madam was talking about the playbook for the SOC actually, and the time takes to detect the intrusion through our data that is been thrown to us actually. So, and how to find the real applicable IOCs or the hashes actually from the alerts. In that case, quantum computing is going to help us a big role. We are working on it, and we will be coming out shortly with the regulations, and which will be out for public comments in next 15 to 20 days itself actually. So that is the biggest thing. Third thing is that
That's a news for all of us.
Yes, yes. After guidelines, we are coming with full-fledged regulation. It is a beautiful regulations, and it will be open for you to give the comments actually. Then it will go to Ministry of Law and then get notified. Regarding quantum computing, we are trying to bring out some beautiful courses where you can learn how to train your data basically. Like all people sitting here, they have to train that data to throw back the results actually on the basis of the queries. Like they want to know which pockets of the consumers is more vulnerable for the theft actually. Like which are using unsafe practices for being hacked in the smart meters actually. So that sort of data will tell you actually, because some of the smart meters, they may be off for a long time actually. So those are the ones which are more vulnerable actually. So that sort of interpretations of the data that are coming from through the quantum computing actually will help us to arrive at a very quick decisions actually. So we are coming out with full-fledged courses for CISOs actually. Initially, we want to train almost 1,000 CISOs in our country so that they can carry out their business functions themselves, not rely on others actually. Because this is a function which is required to be attended immediately, not rely on call, wait for the people to come actually. So that sort of capability we want to build.
Right. I think all of us heard him at whatever he has said, M.A.K.P. Singh ji, for last 5-7 minutes. As a journalist, all are news points. Quantum computing, training 1,000 cybersecurity experts. But so it means that we are on the right track, that government has started addressing those problems, those challenges, and accordingly, with the industry stakeholding happening, some of the policies are being there to come up, listening to the people. That's more important, as Mr. Mahesh Babu was also saying. Let me have a perspective from Musharraf Farooqi ji. Mr. Farooqi, your thoughts on the future of energy distribution management by leveraging AI or emerging technologies?
See, before answering this question, another important stakeholder that has to be brought on board is the academia. There are so many industries, institutions in the country who are doing world-class research, and they have got good technology with them. So both the private industry and the government should also bring them on board. And in order to face this challenge, I think that is one another partner who can work along with us. Now, coming to your question of how in the next few decades.
Yeah, the future of leveraging AI or emerging technologies for
True.
energy
Okay,
management by distributions.
I get it. So, I mean, undoubtedly, AI is something that we have to have in our plans because when we have to go to the quality power supply, so that requires a lot of micro planning at every level. So, such level of data which has to be managed to get to that micro level planning can only be done with proper AI tools. So undoubtedly AI is required to in order to deliver quality power supply, because the problem today is very complex. I mean, I would put it this way. Our cities are growing fast. As in Telangana, 40% of the entire state lives in Hyderabad today, and it is fast growing. So we have a grid of a network of outer ring road. Then we are planning a regional ring road, and the growth is so fast. And in every direction, the demand is growing in a different requirement. You have somewhere the industry growing, you have somewhere data centers coming up, some places you have the micro and small industry coming up. So each one of these has a very different requirement. So in order to manage with this level of demand, the traditional approach is definitely not going to work. So undoubtedly we have to depend on the AI and take things forward.
Satyajit, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think the scale that energy sector is seeing is huge, and we have seen, we have rolled out solutions where 25,000 feeders are there and transformers at the distribution layer. So you have a very large scale of network, and I agree that based on economic cycle, the country or the state goes into different dynamic changes that happens from sectoral movement, from migration, from industries coming out, clusters happening, urban clusters coming up. So the demand becomes that much more dynamic and shifting, you know, always. Therefore, managing this with existing systems may have challenges. That is where if you want to really look at having a big setup today, I saw data center being emphasized. Today I saw data monetization being exercised. But what drives organizations is decisions. Your ability to take decisions will be very, very important. And in a grid, how grids can really be reliable or flexible or resilient and all, it's your ability to take decisions based on the insights that you generate out of the information flow, not the current, but the information flow that is coming out of it. So it is very, very important that AI is one of the areas that utilities need to adopt. And obviously, as rightly pointed out, the capacity building of the utilities needs to be very well considered to be able to get the full potential out of it, because otherwise what will happen, it will be a beautiful initiative design, but very ordinary initiative executed. And that's the peril that we need to avoid.
Okay. I'll end the panel discussion by taking a perspective from Arun Mahesh Babuji. You just heard Satyajit. Decision based on information flow. Are we in a stage to do that? Your thoughts on that?
Honestly speaking, no.
Okay.
I think we need to do a lot of investments in terms of accommodating the industry. When you heard to one of the DISCOM MDs and the technology partner, what we get to realize is we presently are not able to forecast weather. We have whatever data weather forecast data comes from IMD. So we are not in a position to say buy satellite data privately and work out what is the weather forecast that is going to come. So if you're able to predict weather forecast, you are able to run your wind turbines better. You are able to harness your solar power better. You are able to stabilize your grids, and you are able to reap the solar power cycles. You are also able to decide on when you need to harness the solar wind power, how much you can store that solar and wind power, and how much you can be able to inject into the grid system. So primarily speaking, we don't have technology for forecasting weather data at the DISCOM level or at the GENCO level or at the transmission level. That we need to accept. Second, we do not have energy forecasting data. Of course, we have our ALDCs and SLDCs working in every state, but those are based on your peak hour demand, your peak hour purchase, your climate energy electricity available in the climate exchange or in the energy exchange for that matter. So we do not have a data suggesting or a system throwing to you and saying, this is the time you should purchase power from the energy exchange. This is the time you should reap the peak hour tariff. And this is the time you should take the electricity which is produced from solar rooftops or from your microgrid connected systems. So we do not have that. Third, in terms of power purchase and power sale. So we presently have time of the day. We are not yet reaping time of the day benefits. The future is time of the day power. So when you're talking about the power purchase from an energy exchange or power purchase from a private GENCO, the government is not in a position at what time, at what rate are we buying. It is just available on the exchange. You go and buy the power based on the crisis that the state government faces, especially for industrialized states like where we come from, or aspiring states where they are energy guzzlers. We do not have data at which point of time we should buy the power. We just go that there is a peak hour demand coming, there is a peak month demand coming, we should buy more power, or the industry's demand is growing. So it is like firefighting. The crisis comes, we go and buy power at a higher rate. So we are not in a position to decide for ourselves that this is the right time I should be buying the power and this is the right time I should be selling the power to the distribution companies. So I think data-driven management for, first of all, for grid stability, for grid power injection, for grid power purchase, for grid power sale, and ultimately I think advanced planning in terms of generating power or compensating the crisis would come from weather data. I think these applications need to be taken. In one of my previous conferences, I spoke about case studies of how the UK used smart metering. By implementing smart metering during the COVID time, they could bring about a lot of carbon emissions down. So that helped as a story of a decarbonization story in the UK. In South Korea, they used this data for studying how the power generators could offset into renewable power. In Australia, they used for weather forecast data and energy capacity data to award projects for solar power in Western Australia. I think case study based management or scientific analysis based kind of bidding and tendering should also start. It cannot be just in the blank air, and we cannot be shooting in the dark. So I think a data driven management of energy is the time, and we should think, and above all, I reiterate that the open mindset to do this is a necessity of time, and if we don't do this, we are going to lose it out.
Right. So if I may sum up the discussion of last half an hour, I think data-driven management is the need of the hour for whatever sector you're talking about, whatever domain you're talking about for the energy sector. And once we do that, we are in right position, right track to implement policies in a better way, which can help public at large, all the companies at large. And again, there's no shying away that need of the hour is government going to industry and making things happen. Thank you so much. Can you have a huge round of applause for this wonderful panel on making power utilities efficient and resilient through innovation. For that, I'm again going to thank the program mentor of this conclave, MAKP Singh, member High and CISO, Minister of Power, Central Electricity Authority, Arun Mahesh Babu, IAS, MD, UGVCL and GPCL, Musharraf Farooqui, IAS, CMD, Southern Power Distribution Company of Telangana Limited, and Satyajit Dwivedi from SAS. I again thank all of you for joining us today. Can we have a group photo and then we move to the next section of the conference? I can also join. With this, we move to the next panel discussion of the day. That is again based on the same topic, that is making power utilities efficient and resilient through innovation. So you can say that we have divided this panel discussion in two halves with the same topic so that we can have more representation from the DISCOM, GENCOs and transmission companies as well as industry. And for that, I would like to invite Sunil C. Namudripal, Managing Director of ONGC Tripura Power Company Limited. A huge round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much for joining us today. I request Mr. Sunil Agarwal, Director Projects, Bihar Power Transmission Company Limited. We welcome Sunil ji. I request Abhijit Das, AGM IT and Smart Metering, Assam Power Distribution Company Limited. Okay, he'll be joining us later in the day. May I request Shorojit Ghosh, Director IT, UP Power Corporation Limited, to come on stage, please. He was shocked to see the vulnerability of data, mobile phone by Nikhil ji. And I will again like to invite Satyajit Dwivedi, Regional Director, EMEAP, Energy Utilities, Mining and Metals, Public Sector SAS. So, without taking, in this panel, I think we have we'll have little bit divergent views as well, because other than DISCOM, other energy companies also here. So let me start with Mr. Sunil C. Namudripal, who is the Managing Director of ONGC Tripura Power Company Limited. So if I may ask you that, if you can shed some light on various initiatives taken by your organization to improve the energy efficiency in the power plants in your state. If you can kindly.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for inviting me here. It's really a pleasure to be here. And really wonderful discussions going on. And I come from OTPC, ONGC Tripura Power. We supply electricity to all the 7 northeastern states. We also own and operate a transmission line. And now we are also diversifying into renewable energy. We recently had an agreement with Assam DISCOM for a battery storage project, as well as with Orissa for a wind project. So these are the activities that we are working on. And with respect to our particular power plant, this was set up as an initiative of ONGC and IL&FS to monetize the gas reserves available in Tripura. And this was an advanced class GE gas turbines, GE 9FA machines. And why it was selected was due to 2 reasons. One was the emission levels. These are high efficient and very low emission machines. The emission from the gas turbine or the exhaust emissions are less than 10 ppm, so the SOx NOx emissions. So that was one of the major reasons, because northeastern region being pristine and without any pollution, we wanted to have a plant where it is almost zero emissions. At that time, renewables had not really caught up on. It was somewhere in 2004, 2008. And Northeast is short of renewables. So this was one aspect why this plant was designed on 9FA machines. And the second is the efficiency. These are high efficient, more than 50% efficiency compared with coal-based power plant. These are very high efficiency. And to improve upon that, again, we take a lot of measures. And especially, we have been discussing about the data and the data analytics. So recently we implemented a gas turbine monitoring system, the blade health monitoring system. This was sort of an early warning system for us because these 9FA machines, gas turbines of GE, had a failure history at some projects. This was analyzed, and the reason was the airflow dynamics that is happening in the gas turbine. To protect these gas turbines from that, or to take an early warning and to take a decision to do the rectification work, we implemented this blade health monitoring system. It captures data on an instantaneous basis from the rotational dynamics of the machine, and this is analyzed on a continuous basis, and we are able to predict whether a fault can happen or not. So this is the power of data analytics, which I think the previous speakers were also telling. So I worked earlier also in I worked in private sector for some time. There we implemented gathering the data from a set of power plants. And when you say gathering the data, it is like 1 lakh tags, 1 lakh points, 1 lakh data points. When you capture that from various plants across India, the challenges, like you mentioned, are first to capture it first from the SCADA. And when you capture that from the SCADA, you need again have a proper segregation of the plant network and the IT network. Then transferring it all to a centralized station. And we did that, in fact, and brought it all to one place where this data was continuously analyzed with a specialized software where, like you said, we need also the SMEs. Because without an SME, without a specific team working on the data, I think no software supplier can finally give you the output. So this was captured, and we always used to get some pop-ups telling this machine is having a problem. So what you're doing is, every plant has got a trip value or a failure value. So you get this data, and much before you reach the failure value, suppose the tripping happens at, say, 100 microns, the vibrations. This will give you even at, and generally you know that a machine operates at 10 microns. So it's like a expert operator looking at the data. I'm supposed to get only 10. Why it has gone to 15? That alarm comes to us. So it gives us an early warning, and this has been a very beautiful tool to prevent failures. Of course, efficiency monitoring and all also can be done, which we do regularly. That's again part where you do efficiency monitoring as well as set the early warning systems.
Right. So it's like predicting and preventing.
Absolutely. This is predictive analytics sort of.
That's how data can be of help. Data analytics can be of help. I'll come to Mr. Sunil Agarwal. He's the Director Projects of Power Transmission Company of Bihar. Mr. Sunil, if I may ask you, in terms of transmission companies, what according to you is the main challenge when it comes to leveraging technology to analyze data? Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, because the grid is becoming more and more. So it is an integrated grid, and it is becoming more and more complex because the network is length is increasing day by day. So we have implemented this wide area measurement basically. So earlier we were relying on the SCADA, so where the latency is around 10 to 20 seconds. But with the wide area measurements phasers, now you can get around 20-25 data per second. So that is very faster predictions, and so that we can do some predictive analysis for that. So we have developed some software for that. I'm telling that this is a countrywide solutions being developed by the Power Grid Corporation of India. It is not by the Bihar state, but definitely that is a big challenge. How you can, again, it is a remote control of the substations, so that you can make the substations very intelligent. And the asset monitoring, basically all this transformers and all that things, you can monitor the parameters. Not the thing is going for dynamic load balancing of the lines. So depending on the sag and all that things of the transmission lines, you can decide how much current can flow through that line. And now the new technologies are coming because to construct a new line is becoming difficult day by day. And especially like the state like Bihar, where the density of population is too high. So to construct a new line is very, very difficult. So now we have gone for, Bihar is the state which has gone for, in a big way, for STLS conductor, high temperature, low sag conductor. so which increases the line capacity by around 2.5 times with the same corridor. And similarly, just Bihar is pioneer for the prepaid smart meters. Now we are listening to all key prepaid smart meters is being installed across the country. But Bihar started with the prepaid meters in 2019. And today also, Bihar is the only state which has installed more than 30 lakhs meters are working. And again, definitely this challenge will be there for the data challenge. But again, one more thing, what I say for this thing is, let's say Bihar's particular state, where the 90% is the domestic consumers. So definitely today or tomorrow, we have to think for, from the consumer point of view, also for the time of the day metering sort of thing, so that consumers can also drive benefit for these smart meters. It is not only to reduce the losses and all that things, or to increase the billing efficiency and all that things, but from the consumer point of view also we have to look for how we can flatten the load curve and all that things. Now with the more RE coming, every state is trying to shift the agriculture load during the daytime by feederizing the solarization of the feeders, agriculture feeders. So there are a lot many things the states are doing, and then the transmission, definitely new technologies are coming in a big way. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. I'll come to Shorojit Ghosh, the Director, IT, Uttar Pradesh Power Corporation Limited. Sir, looking ahead, as I was asking the question in the previous panel, what is your analysis of leveraging emerging technologies and AI for to reach out to outcomes which are based on data analytics? Your thoughts on that, especially for power companies?
Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. Thanks for inviting me to this August session with my eminent panel. And we have heard a lot from our early speakers, but coming to the question of AI, I will say basically before you embark on the journey of AI, there are certain ground stacks or brass stacks you have to set right. Without that, the AI is a long way forward. I mean, talking AI and ML and deep learning and all that is a buzzword. Yesterday, we had a session with the Chief Secretary of UP where one of the leading stalwarts, Dr. Shivi Chaturvedi was there, and the total ministry was there for listening to her on the AI implementations. As regards UP state, you know, it's one of a very large state with almost 33 million consumers. Now, the first challenge is we are running 3 different billing systems. Now, first of all, the challenge was, and we were running billing systems, when we talk on AI, you have to understand that we are running Oracle billing system, which was of a version of 2010. You imagine, I'm stressing, when I took over as the Director IT of UPPCL, I come from a Maharatna, I was with NTPC Limited. So there we don't have this kind of challenges because we are already upgraded in most of our systems. You'll have to understand, my point was 2.2 crore systems or consumers were on other system which was a Fluent Grid system, and my system on Oracle was a 2010 stack which was on a COBOL stack. Now that I had to move. For that, if a system has not been upgraded for 10 years, that is a decade, my challenge was to upgrade that system first. Then I came on to CCB 2.8, which is the latest version on a Java stack. There we faced multiple challenges. Thereafter, I had to migrate the situation to my 2.2 million, 22 million consumers onto the new stack. And as I talk today, I have a challenge. You must have seen me 2-3 times I have gone out. The challenges are I am migrating KESCO, Kanpur Electric Supply Company, as on today, and we are facing challenges because the handholding is not proper. Now I have sent my people and they are doing the handholding. Now when you come to AI, we have embarked on a journey because our systems are to be right. Whenever we talk on AI, you have to integrate with multiple systems in place. Like when you talk on AI, you have to not only your RMS system comes into position, your customer care and customer care center, the calling centers 1912 comes into picture, your social media integration comes into picture, your ERP comes into picture, your GIS systems comes into picture. So if you talk on GIS system, my GIS systems are updated 2 years back. The contract is not there. Now, even with that, what we are doing, the current AI, we are coming, basically what is happening is when you are talking on AI, this is a big time you have to do it. But for that, my main objective is to set your ground, stacks or your brass stacks in proper order, then only you should attempt AI, because otherwise your AI will fail. And after we have embarked on that journey, and as on date, I can say might be we are only about a month or two remaining that we should be coming out with a tender on AI, whereby the analytics we are talking about, the biggest problem is the revenue collection. In UP, you will be surprised that we don't even collect revenue from more than 20 to 25%. And the evenings are mostly katia. This is a term you know in UP, and you'll be astonished that the katia we are trying to build up a AI system whereby the rates we are doing, we should be able to focus our rates whereby we can pinpoint on the rate technology that it is able to pinpoint that this is the place. My feeder is evacuating this much power, but I am not the collection, because in the daytime, the collection, the outflow is this much, but in the night time it is dipping suddenly. Why it is happening? So we are bringing out an AI on my fraud and I say the theft detection. That is the main thing that we are targeting now, and we'll be shortly coming up with the RFP for AI. We are trying to build up a data lake for which we are almost prepared the RFP. We should be able to do it. But it is the need of the hour. But for that, I always say the systems are to be in place. You have to augment your systems. I have no shame in telling that my personal computers, which was given in RAP DRP, are as old as 10 years. So those things we are changing. So all your ecosystem has to be settled down first, and then we should go ahead.
Right.
Thank you up till now.
Right.
Thank you.
2 points which you have raised. Analytics can help in revenue generation, and also it can also pinpoint where this energy theft is happening. You have given an example of Uttar Pradesh. I also stay in Uttar Pradesh, in Noida. I don't have to go far away from the villages. There are some villages in Noida itself, in Greater Noida, where you can see this happening rampant. In most of the houses in those, all are theft electricity. I think government and the policymakers or the regulators or law enforcement agencies can come together and look at that. Satyajit, you heard eminent speakers from 3 different sectors of the energy ecosystem, discoms, transmission and generation as well. Do you think, or what is your opinion on how AI can help in transparent and accountability in terms of decision making for the overall management of power companies? I'll end with you. Your thoughts on that.
So first of all, I would like to pick up the point on setting up the brass tacks and the ground level. 3 years, probably before COVID, 2 years back, before, so it's roughly around 5 years now, I was holding a session workshop for 40 process engineers from plants, from power plants, from refineries, from multiple sector. And they were all talking about data quality not been good, sensor not working, maybe communication error happening. And so what's the use of data? So we will undertake a data quality exercise for this before embarking on AI. So they had coined up a data quality exercise. The first thing I asked is, how are you rolling out data quality without even a context in mind? Whether a data quality you are looking at from maintenance point of view, whether you are looking data quality from operations point of view, whether you are looking data quality from energy efficiency point of view, whether you are looking at from safety point of view. because the treatment of data quality will be driven by the use case itself or the context itself. So if you want to do it outside that, then it will be an age-on process. You will never come out of it alive. That is one thing that I want to share with you, that when we are looking at readiness of the data, we don't know what is bad, what is good. Okay? Unless and until we apply analytics on top of it, that unless and until we do a health check for a specific context. That is what I would like to share, that whether we are doing meter data, whether we are doing historian data, whether we are doing vibration data, I mean, there are issues with all kinds of data. Even the most updated system, even AMI infrastructure, smart meter data, will have data quality issues. But under what context, what lens we should see, that is something that I would leave a thought, that we should not boil the ocean of something without trying to get the benefit of use cases that can be realized with the bad data. Because going forward, machine learning and deep learning are basically the capabilities throwing up insights, accurate insights with limited variables. So if we were able to do that in many sectors, then energy sector also should benefit out of it. Now coming to, I will go that way, revenue assurance or revenue collection, I think it is a very well-known aspect that, when we're talking about forensic of these informations, identifying anomalous behavior of customers, their payment, their, invoices, their complaints, their, delayed payment days and all, you could very well build up a model that will target that these set of customers are basically having, sudden drops unexplainable. I have done an exercise similar. I found that 23% of the houses, when I gave that list that these are the accounts or customer accounts that you should inspect, when they went to the field, they could not trace the house itself. Okay? So that means, there are people who are paying, but there are, the details of the houses and all cannot be traced on the ground. So there are many challenges that this will bring up in the setup. But if you would have done the bottom-up approach, that I want to know who the persons, where all my properties are not matched on ground, then you have to do a ground-to-ground survey match with your indexes, you will never come out of it alive. But where it is hitting you is here. You could look at it from that standpoint. The other thing that on the generation side that we are looking at it is, generation has probably the best of the data, I will call it, because they had SCADA very well established, they have historians very well established, they have condition monitoring, they have got process data, plant maintenance data. So where we are looking at from an application of AI point of view is that one is increasing the availability, because this is something that is very, very critical. Second is obviously the fuel demand. Where fuel demand is, whether it is a coal or whether it is a combined gas cycle, one needs to be able to look at the heat rate and then the demand that is required, the fuel demand, because obviously sourcing of coal, we know what challenges in India we have of coal logistics. We know how, if it's a combined gas cycle, how natural gas or a diesel or crude oil fired will have challenges going forward. So for us to really look at it, leveraging these elements of data which is there from SAP or Oracle or whichever is, whether smart meter or Pi historian, I think it is very, very important to immediately identify the analytics use cases, AI use cases for 2024, 2025 that you can embark. I'm doing an exercise for one of the industry members, global industry members. They have identified 127 use cases of AI to be implemented in 2024. Now their state also is pretty much similar, but they need to go ahead to this to do the necessary corrections that are required parallelly, whether it is establishing a right cyber setup, whether it is the right IT/OT framework, whether they need to upgrade anything, whether they need to have a central Pi, whether they need to migrate it. All this will come up when you drive it from the top down, rather than waiting for the bottom to get corrected and then coming up to the top, which I think may be not the best way that we have experienced.
Right. I think Satyajit has touched upon a very important aspects of how AI can help in all the 2-3 segments of the power ecosystem and relevance of data analytics to in today's age. No one can shy away from that. Thank you so much. We are running behind the time, so I won't take much time. I will again like to thank all the eminent speakers who have been part of this panel discussion. Sanil Sin Namudripad, MD ONGC Tripura Power Company Limited, Sunil Agarwal, Director Projects, Bihar Power Transmission Company Limited, Shorojit Ghosh, Director IT, UP Power Corporation Limited, and Satyajit Dwivedi from SAS. Thank you so much for all of you for joining us today. I request Mr. Bhuya, if you can kindly come on stage for once and hand over a small token of appreciation to all our eminent speakers. Can we have the speaker mementos on stage, please? We can start with Sanil C. Namudripad, MD ONGC Tripura Power Company Limited. Mr. Shorojit Ghosh, Director IT, UP Power Corporation Limited. To Sunil Agarwal from Bihar Power Transmission Company. And to Satyajit Dwivedi, Regional Director EMEAP, Energy Utilities, Mining and Metals, Public Sector, SAS. Thank you so much all of you for joining us today for this session. Don't go anywhere. Now we have a special presentation on transformative synergy, advancing sustainability and energy security through AI innovation. Can you get a good photo, sir? All of you. Can you get a good photo? So now we have a special presentation by Satyajit. I have already introduced him twice, so no need for his introduction. I think his topic will be transformative synergy, advancing sustainability and energy security through AI innovation. Over to you, Satyajit.
This one will work. Okay. Thank you very much. In cricket, it's called hat trick, so 3 sessions together, so congratulations to me. But I would say that this is a very interesting times of our journey that energy sector is seeing. And why we call it very, very interesting is because there are many challenges that this sector is facing, and as a whole, the globe is also facing. So, if I were to start, I took this picture from World Economic Forum, and this is a snapshot of global risks that we are seeing in the world today. And if you really were to look at it, it's all about uncertainties across a long term. And when we look at this picture, we would see that there are many constraints that are coming up, whether it is natural resource constraint, whether it is supply chain constraint, whether it is extreme events, number of extreme events have increasing. So in a way that we can look at it is that there are large number of extreme events, uncertainties are creeping up in our world today. And that is what energy sector needs to be aware of, needs to take cognizance of it when it looks at its planning and its modernization and its thinking rather. And in the mindset that one of the speakers also had highlighted. The second thing that we are looking at it is these uncertainties or these changes that are happening across the world has having different dimensions. If you look at it, number of extreme events in India has grown up significantly. There are talks about renewable energy. Obviously, India has a very aggressive plan, and it's a leader as far as renewable energy is concerned, as well as EV is concerned. But overall, if you look at it, there are climate change issues that are coming up into play, and that needs to be seen it because there is different kinds of world that we are seeing. One is talking about that fossil fuel is a fantasy, and the other side we are pushing up renewable energy electric vehicle adoption in another part of the geography. Though obviously going forward there could be inter-regional difference of perspectives that will come up into play, and that might have a big impact on energy security per se. That is one side of the story, that the uncertainty will become even more uncertain going forward. The other aspect that I think in the first presentation that was shared is customer engagement. I think one of the important elements that energy sector should realize is that with telco, with banks getting adopted to those kind of retail sectors, other digital initiatives that other sectors are looking at, the future energy customer, any transformation that we need to do needs to be looked at from a future customer point of view, how this customer will move, how this will be looked at. And there are 4 characteristics that we call it these customers will be. One will be they will be demanding digital trust, and we had demonstrations of cyber security, we had demonstrations how IT/OT architecture needs to be built up, but this digital trust has to be built up before we embark on, and there was a brief mention about data monetization, but obviously it is built on this digital trust that we can embark on and provide it to the citizens or to the customers. That is very, very important. Second is loyalty, and that will come from digital appreciation and usage and delivering value-added services. Now we are rolling out smart meter data, and it is going to give us a lot of information about your consumption. But are we using smart meter data to know the appliance level details of customer? Are we able to give them, we are only giving them time of use tariff, but are we able to give them recommendation that 6 to 7, you always use your washing machine or 2 washing machines and 1 air conditioner, you need to switch these things or move your load to some other time frame. So to what extent we want to leverage smart meter data is dependent on us. It's not just having for a specific set of purpose that we want to record a better max demand or we want to capture harmonics. It is not that. With harmonics itself, you need to look at various other aspects that can even pinpoint to what appliances the customer is using. And this is what non-intrusive load disaggregation is a capability that is coming up to use with smart meter and even advanced data loggers, because unless and until we know the category, unless and until we know the appliance level usage, we will not be able to really take the full potential of the smart meter data. The third thing is agility and automation, and there are various techniques that are coming up, there are emerging technologies that are coming up, and one of the technologies that is changing the landscape is Gen AI. I mean, today customer really needs to have very simplistic way of getting insights, inputs, feedbacks, confirmations from the utility. So even within, whether it is customer or within the internal customer itself, whether it's a maintenance official, in a plant, in a distribution unit or in a transmission unit, they would like to simplify their lives in getting insights from the data, from the analysis, from the regular AI that is there. And Gen AI is actually shaping this entire landscape. There are pathway to do that. It is not, it's not a magic wand that today you roll out Gen AI and tomorrow you will get the benefit. But then these are some things, emerging technologies, which is changing the behavior of the customer, both external and internal, and their expectations as well. So one needs to look at that. And then green living. I mean, whether we talk about energy efficiency, whether we talk about renewable energy adoption, whether we talk about, demand response management, these are mostly driven by data-centric initiatives. And therefore, one needs to be very clear in mind that when I'm doing my transformation, I'm looking at a grid, but I should also look at a customer as highlighted in the previous session. These are the two levers that I would call it that will drive going forward and in more intense way. The third thing that will be very, very critical is financial sustainability, and this is having a lot of discussions and more focus in India, because obviously over a larger history we have AT&C losses which were very high. We did not have GX indexing which had hampered. We did not have meters, distribution transformer meters. We did not have even SCADA systems to a large extent in the grid. But over a period of time, we have built this, IT and OT systems. Now we need to look at how do we move in the utilizing this data to improve our collections. How do we need to use this data to reduce our non-technical losses? How do we need to address, optimize maintenance and operations cost, and how do we need to look at average cost of supply, whether it is related to power purchase, whether it is related to energy efficiency, whether it is related to simple spare parts optimization, in power plants. This is one of the biggest area that we have seen, that 30% of, we are doing an exercise, we saw that $18 million can be saved in inventory of a size of where 600,000 items or spare parts were managed. $18 million in a year, and that is huge. One way we are saying that we are having issues with cash. The other way we are saying that we can leverage $18 million reduction in spare parts inventory itself. So one needs to see it that wherever there is a potential, that's why it is very, very important that if you are a generation, transmission, distribution, or you are distribution alone or a transmission alone, one needs to really look at these elements, both CapEx and OpEx and revenue, to be seen as to where we can apply data analytics and AI to be able to leverage it, because we have seen that many inefficiencies are there. The data is there, the inefficiencies are there, but under the context that we do not have systems to build this, we leave certain white spaces where it could be leveraged, where good data is there, and you could actually benefit out of it. So taking these three things into consideration, our focus area is across 4 themes, basically in utilities side, whether it is planning, whether it is operation, whether it is asset, and whether it is customer. Now, if we look at this 3 dimension, it will cut across the value chain, generation, transmission, distribution. But it is very, very important to see that these are use cases that we have sources of value that has come up with existing systems, existing industry members with their existing source systems that has been there. And obviously there are upgrades that are happened with come along, but these are the sources of values that comes up very, very, in a big way that we see utilities in India would be leveraging it going forward. But one thing that we have seen is that these use cases are on experimentation mode many a time as a pilot or a proof of concept, and these are driven by multiple technologies. Now what happens is when you have multiple technologies rolled out for many different initiatives, and then you want to centralize it and try to achieve an enterprise scale, you have challenges, in that. Because there are issues in model management, there are issues in knowing what models have been built, there are issues in knowing the life cycle of the models, the outcome of the models. I had been in a plant which had rolled out 60 machine learning models on open source. And the team which had rolled out had left within a span of 3 months. Obviously, they were, very, very, they got acquainted, they learned it a lot, and they left the company. Now, when I asked the CIO, now what are you doing? Now, I'm spending my next 6 months to ascertain what was done. Now, this is what is a challenge today. Now, if you build up certain scale of open source setups or any of these, till you are doing an experimentation mode, till you are testing up a concept, a hypothesis, it looks good. It is fine, because you do not want to invest more. You do not want to really boil the ocean to get it. Maybe it is good. But when it comes to steady state, when you want to roll it out, because building models and keeping it my desktop is building my inventory of my models. It will not pay you anything. Unless and until that model is deployed, running on your data regularly, it will pay money. Otherwise, it is academic interest. I can build a model and I keep it in my folder and be happy about it, publish a paper somewhere, speak about it in an event, that is fine. But the question is your AI paying? Is it paying on a daily basis? That is what is the ultimate test of any kind of analytics exercise that you want to do. And this will be important because on a steady state, because what I consider is there is a bimodal operation of any system. It will be experimentation or steady state. Experimentation, you can go in a particular way, but a steady state requires an enterprise scale. Without an enterprise scale, it will be very, very challenging for you to really continuously get the outcomes across various usages. So these are some of the challenges that we have seen. Analytical governance is a challenge. Managing portfolio of diverse technology is a challenge. Suboptimal technologies, because you are in a rush, you pick up something, you build a model, show the concept, go to your leadership, get the grant. But now what? What should I do now? How do I reach it to all my plants? How do I reach it to all my distribution units? How do I reach to all my network? It becomes extremely critical to have an enterprise thinking in the mindset, and that will be where you can reach a steady state. So for that, one needs to look at it from a point of view that from data to decisions, because decisions drive organizations, not data. Okay? Data you can accumulate. We can feed ourselves with as much food as possible. But unless and until we utilize it, we will only become sluggish, right? If we eat too much of data goes into our stomach, we will become sluggish and slow. But am I energetic? Am I able to harness it and generate energy at the right point of time? Am I able to run 10 kilometers or 20 miles? That will depend on how you are utilizing your food, how you are changing it into that dimension or to that context. So it is very, very important to build this bridge, because from data to decision, it's a journey. You need to build the bridge. This bridge will have multiple aspects, multiple contexts, whether it is planning, whether it is power, whether it is customer, whether it is plant, anywhere. You need to build this bridge. And this bridge is the AI part. This bridge that generates this insight that will enable you to take right decisions, informed decisions, accurate decisions, is the pathway that you need to look at. And it goes through 3 phases. One is obviously managed data. Managed data includes treatment of data quality for a specific context. Do not remove data quality from the context, because you will be doing data quality throughout the life. You will never come out of it alive. Okay, because data quality is such a subject, if you remove the context out of it, I can bet I will give 80 GB of data and I can recruit 80,000 people to do my data quality of that data. They will take 80 years and still never come out of it alive. Because if you add a context to that, then the data quality makes much more sense, identifiable, curable. Because you don't want to identify, you need to cure it also. You need to put a treatment also. You need to see that bad data doesn't creep into my system and the right treatment is done. So unless and until you add that, that will be the managed data. Then you need to develop model. It is not about one model. It's not about 2 model. It's not about 3 model. It could be thousands of model. We had estimated in a power plant, in a true steady state, if they exhaust the use of AI, can you imagine how many models they were supposed to build? Just a wild guess. How many AI models would be running in a power plant? Any wild guess? Louder? 10? 15? 20? They were supposed to run 6,700 models. 6,700 models in a power plant, AI models running, and that too with addressable 80% of the systems. Okay? So 6,700 models, many variables, many models, different kinds of models, deep learning, machine learning, time series, many aspects will be there. How will you manage it? It becomes very, very critical to do that. Second is deploying these insights, because deploying these insights will require real-time deployment. Some may require batch deployment, some may require weekly deployment, some may require integration with various systems. How will you do that? So unless and until you deploy, you don't get the returns. So this cycle of data to decisioning needs to be managed in a platform that can really give you the capabilities with a single interface that we need to look at from data to decision with a single setup. So few examples from here that I want to look at it is that when you want to build the foundation, you need to look at results you can trust. You can need analytics you need delivered. Whenever you need to be able to deliver. Now forecasting, I had spoken about it, why it is important. Obviously this is extremely critical, but what drives this setup is this frameworks. What drives this setup to have a digital platform that will give you this capability, whether we heard about peak load management, whether we heard of demand response management. These capabilities with a digital scalable enterprise architecture integrated with open source will actually give you the benefit that will be realized. And we have done that. We have done that for many global customers, including India, and they are able to better manage extreme conditions, because this is important. Peaks are important, and if you don't estimate peak properly, the other things don't really follow through. And you also have returns at the end of it. No, it is not that you are doing forecasting for the sake of it, but at the end of it, the return on investment should come into play. And this is one of the utilities had benefited out of that. And this is another area, innovation. One of the topics that we are doing is Grid Guardian for, substations and equipments, where partial discharge you can monitor with the real-time IoT devices. You can build, based on the signal. You can apply AI, and you can find out where in your network is having a problem with mobile, devices running through the streets of your city. You will be able to know it from the harmonics that we are looking at, or the signals. And we have talked about smart collection. This is extremely important, because today we have one size fits all collection strategy or a community strategy, but we do not have today a credit score for utilities, for customers specifically. If you don't build your credit score of customers, then how will you collect it? How will you differentiate from a good customer to a bad customer across a particular set of issues? We cannot just rely on aging analysis and then go around and treat the same set of customers, 20,000, 10 million customers in an aging bracket of 31 to 60, and we want to do the same strategy for them. It will not work. The collection strategy will not pay you the debt recovery that you want. So these are some of the elements that we have done in various utilities as far as globally it is concerned. These are based on meter data, monthly meter data, smart meter data, to 15 minutes interval to 30 minutes interval to the AMR infrastructure as well. So with that, I would like to end my slide that as far as the AI or the analytics maturity is concerned, one needs to immediately identify. I think this is a request to the regulator specifically, to see that, identify, create a journey that you need to look at AI use cases, where all it will be applied. How can we build up plans for that? How can we set up a AI center of excellence? And that center of excellence will take them through the path from forecasting to predictive model to optimization and to complete automation of the AI setup when we are looking at intelligent substation, intelligent grids and smart grids, and improving our revenue collection. So that is the maturity level that we want to do, but the start has to be now, because nothing is perfect, but there are some quantum of benefits that you can keep adding, and the AI will automatically pay for itself as far as the outcome and benefit is concerned. So with that, I end my presentation. We have a very large footprint across the globe, and we bring that expertise into that, and we'll be happy if you want to come to our booth to discuss further. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Satyajit, for illuminating us about the measurable, the ROI measurable on AI deployment, especially for the power sector. Continuing with our session, I would now like to call on stage Mr. Bibhu Bhuiya, Managing Director of Assam Power Generation Corporation, to talk about his deployments that he have done and how others can replicate that. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to present in this August forum. Thanks to APAC and CA. First of all, to present before the lunch is really difficult situation. And there's a pressure of time also. I have to complete it within 10 minutes, so I try to be as much brief as possible. So basic is making power utilities efficient and resilient through innovations. So what kind of innovations we are talking? First of all, we are planning to our SDG goal of 7, goal number 7, ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable and modern energy for all. This is our SDG goal. And which are the technologies available? You see, right now, the whole country and as a whole is going through an energy transition. We are fortunate to see this energy transition in our lifetime. So, which is the, in energy, which is the top of the leaders? This is the current situation. Energy leaders, US, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Canada, Iraq, China, and India. This is the energy situation right now. And which are the big companies who are in this energy sector? These are the companies who are managing the majority share of the energy. So will there be any Indian company who will be replacing it? While we are talking the energy transition, this is the question we need to ask. Among them, are we going to replace it by one of the Indian companies? This is the new energy world order that is going to be there. And while we are doing this energy transition, we must not think only about what is going on in our state, what is going on, or what has been top-down approach from central government has been given to the direction or guidelines that has been given. We must see what is our competition doing, what is the all over country, all over other countries doing. You see, these are some of the countries which have done great work in energy transition. While we are talking about the new technologies in RE, in energy production, this is one of the things is floating wind. Floating wind we are talking. Development of solar PV. Now everywhere people talk about solar PV, but to replace the energy need of this country or the world, even if you cover the entire world surface by this thing, solar power panel, still this power will not be available. So that's the kind of energy need we are talking about. So there are other energy that is like waste to fuel, geothermal energy, and oceanic energy. Just a minute. So those are the areas we need to tap, and that is being done. In energy use conversion, naval shipping technology, EV grid integration, green hydrogen production, carbon capture and storage, and combination of pump storage and solar power. These are the new areas that has been tried so far. Development of solar PV, I need not to explain. It is going on all across the country, and we are doing well, in fact. This is one of the area, floating wind turbines. Wind turbines that will be in floating. This is a new concept. This is the innovation we are talking about in technology. Then waste to fuel, waste to energy, that technology is already there. That has been tried, but then there's a limit to it. Next is geothermal energy. There's a potential of geothermal energy also in this country that needs to be tapped. There are a lot of what you call gas and carbon, what you call gas and petroleum. Those borings are being done. Wherever those borings are being abandoned, those borings level are going up to 1 kilometer. When you go to that kind of depth, there is a potential to tap the geothermal energy. So GSI has already identified that in India we have got a geothermal potential of about 10 gigawatt. Then there is ocean energy. Ocean energy derived from wave energy, tidal energy, ocean thermal conversion. Why we are talking about this kind of different technology? Because this, at some point or the other, we have to tap those technology. We cannot keep on talking about only solar and solar, hydro, and this one. Solar, hydro, and wind. This is the thing. So these are some of the details there.
There's one more area of innovation that is going on in energy transport, storage, and distribution. You see, we are talking about green hydrogen. How we are going to transport it? Hydrogen itself is a so light particle. Energy storage is so low. So transportation pipes are of completely different nature. It is not that small. General kind of pipelines. Then nanotechnology is there. Then there's one more thing, HVDC, because transmission lines, the conventional transmission lines that we are talking about, those AC lines, AC towers, may not be feasible. There has to be low loss, high generation energy, transmission power. For that, mass HVDC grid is the solution. Then new battery technology. New battery means not only those conventional one, there are new ideas that is coming up in this thing. Nickel, cadmium, whatever is there, already the resource is limited. And most of the resources are being cornered by some of the influential countries. So only talking about those battery storage system will not do. There has to be innovation in those areas also. Pipeline of low carbon gases. For low carbon gas means I'm talking about green hydrogen, hydrogen gases. Hydrogen gases pipeline is completely different from that we are conventionally seeing. For that, entirely different kind of pipeline metallurgy will be required. Now I'm talking about nanomaterial. Some of the nanomaterial is also, this is also one area where innovation can be thought of. This is the picture of mass HVDC grid. New battery technology. Let us produce the energy, then where it will be converted? The conversion is novel shipping technologies. There are about 70,000 ships are running around and they are doing the business across the world. So those ships will require renewable energy. So where from it will get? EV grid and grid integration has been already discussed widely in this forum. Then green hydrogen production, although this forum is not for that, this is one of the area because it will be renewable and there is no limitation to it. Even in solar, although people are talking the solar panels from 360 watt to 560 watt or 700 watt panels are available. But there's a limit to it. There's a limit to the technology innovation in panels. And as I have told you, even the whole world which is covered, then also the kind of power will be generated. That power is not enough for us. And let alone talk about 2070 or 2050. At that point of time, our power need will be much more larger. Somebody is talking about 3.5 times. Then CCS, this is another area whereby you can reduce our carbon capture. Pump hydro storage and off-grid solar system. This is one of the area, I think this is widely being projected as a next solution for our energy storage. Then green hydrogen production, and what we are doing in Assam. Already in Assam we have done the model. We have installed on a small model capacity green hydrogen we have produced there in collaboration with Oil India Limited. So these are the shipping, the green hydrogen will be required in a big way. And even if we don't do it today, tomorrow our port of Bombay, port of Mundra may be useless. Because if suppose European Union or USA, they decide that we will not take any import which are not being taken by green shipping. The one single decision of going green in that way, our Mundra and all our big ports will be idle. So what we are doing for that? So we have to be ready for those kind of technology also. EV and grid integration, there is one area. Carbon capture, as I have told you, this is one technology whereby you can reduce our carbon
carbon emission and all. Carbon, whatever carbon we are emitting, whatever has been there, that can be restored in the earth itself. I talked about pump hydro storage and off-grid solar system. This is widely being tested. And for APGCL, what we are doing so far, so we are doing all those power projects. These are in pipeline, some of them are pipeline, and they are being under execution. And some of the execution we have done it along with Oil India Limited. And also we have proposed a Green Hydrogen Innovation Center in Assam. That is with the Ministry of Science and Technology. And today everybody is talking about all those smart grid and this thing. So this is what the IoT comes into play. All our is not only about generation, but also grid as well as distribution. Everything has to be aligned. The IoT technology or AI has to take over these areas and get all those big data that is coming out of that. There has to be decision making process out of this data. So where it can be applied, asset performance, operational optimization. Our Nambudiri Path Sahab has already told how he has improved the operations of a plant by taking those data. Comprehensive customer service, ultimately customer has to be also taken into consideration. Whatever we are doing, is it serving the customer's need? This is all. That's all. This is the small presentation from my side. Thank you. Can I request Mr. M.A.K.P. Singh to come over and hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. Bibu Bhuiya? Thanks. We will break for lunch. Before lunch, we break one announcement. Post-lunch session, we will be distributing a certain token of appreciation for all the delegates present here, but only those who will be present at that time. So it's not that. So we would request you to come back and join us here for lunch. Thank you.
पानी तो मिलेगा ही, चाहिए, इससे बिजली भी पैदा होगी।
May I request everyone to please assemble inside the hall? Please take your seat. Can we have all the assembled delegates please come inside the hall? We are starting with our session. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, again. And it's the most difficult time of the session, immediately after lunch. And to enact that difficult task of holding interest immediately after lunch, I would call upon stage two gentlemen, Mr. LKS Rathore, Director Cybersecurity CEA, as well as Mr. Suresh Chandra, Senior Director and Scientist G, STQC Directorate of METI. They will give a presentation on the cybersecurity tests and common criteria certification. May I request Mr. Rathore to start with, and then Mr. Suresh Chandra will continue. Over to you.
Hello. Hello. Very good afternoon to one and all. Basically, Sahab has already told that after the lunch it is very difficult, but it is not like that. We have to be alert. The cyber security is the equally important. उसमें तो अपना खाना तो खाना, रात की नींद भी उड़ जाती है सर. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि लोग जो है ऑफ मोड में रहेंगे. नाउ आई रिक्वेस्ट टू द डायरेक्टर, सीनियर डायरेक्टर STQC for their valuable presentation, and it will be really helpful because that they are making the some cyber resilience type of documents, and that L1, L2, L3, and that will definitely help for our power sector. Not only power sector, for all the sectors where the mandate portion is how the mandate portion can be comply, and the main power and HR will be how they will be make the aligning with the present regulation and the present framework of the cyber security. Sir, welcome, sir. And
thank you. Thank you. And regarding this presentation on common criteria, but before that, let me ask you one question. There are two things. One is educated, another is qualified. I think most of us, we are educated, but somehow we are not qualified in some of the areas. So like in our school or college, we are taking education, but until unless we are appearing in some exam, we are not qualified. So many of us are well educated, but we can't say that he is doctor something, he is engineer, he is doctor. So until unless you are qualified, you can't say you are educated. Similarly here, when I am talking about cyber security, everybody says that we are secure. You talk about any instrumentation, any device, any router, firewall, switches, anything, they will claim we are having secured item, secured device. What can we say? I will say yes, they are educated in that sense. But whether we can say they are qualified, we can't say. Like in our education, we are having a set criteria. That criteria is nothing but examination. They have to pass some examination, whether it is an objective test or essay writing or some descriptive questions like that. They are having pattern of questions, and on the basis of that qualification is there. Similarly, when we are talking about for any device, for any system, until unless we are having some criteria, we can't say that it qualify the requirement. So common criteria is one of the thing. It is nothing but a set of requirement. Those set of requirement, they are targeted towards security. And if any device, any system is complying to those requirements, that set of criteria, then we can say, yes, it is certified, it is qualified for security. Before coming to the common criteria, let me give you some brief background regarding the various security certification and why they are required. I can take a typical example. Like when we are talking about security, so what we are securing? Like our Prime Minister or President, they are VVIP. So we are protecting them. And there is a layer of security for any VVIP. Similarly, when we are talking about our system, so who is the VVIP here? Basically, we are working for data. Whatever you are doing, you are generating the data. Like in your domain, this is the energy domain. So let us talk about SCADA system or any other system. So there you are collecting the data, and that data collection is through some sensors. You are having various type of sensor. I am just assuming and guessing what I have not seen any SCADA system. So you may be having some sensors, you may be taking out some data through those sensors, and then that data is going to somewhere for processing. After processing, you may be using that data for some purpose. So here security start from generation of the data. So like when you are taking out the data through some sensor, whether your sensor is producing the correct data, whether it is properly calibrated. So that's a different question. I am talking about security only. So let us come to the security part. So whatever data is coming, so that data, if it is stored in the local device, let us say IoT, so whether that storage mechanism is secure in that local device, number one. So this is first security critical loophole in your system. So whoever is creating the data, whether that data is securely stored. Like for example, some of the IoT like camera, they are having some pre-built storage mechanism. Like they can store, let us say 10 MB or 20 MB, not more than that. So whether that 10 MB, 20 MB, which is stored in that IoT device, it is secure, it's securely stored, number one. Number two, that device is transferring the data to some other place through network. So whether your network is secure, then you are storing somewhere in the server, whether your server is secure. So whether you are keeping the data securely in the server. Then other part, whoever is managing the server, whether he is dependable, have you given the right access right to the right person who can access that data. Now assume that everything is secure. You got certified your IoT, you are having secure channel also, you are having vulnerability assessment of your devices also like servers. Where we are missing after that? Now that data is stored in my server. Somebody will use that data. Who is that somebody? That somebody is your applications. You are having applications for that. Those applications are using those data. And those applications are not secure. So what I mean to say here, security here doesn't mean that if my IoT is certified, I am secure. If my network is certified, I am secure. My server is certified, I am secure. No. This is overall ecosystem. This is a overall ecosystem. in the overall ecosystem, I should have everything, whatever is the part of that system, should be validated. That should have validation. What is the problem we are having in our country? We can buy anything. We are relying on the name only. Like if it is from some manufacturer, I am not naming any manufacturer, it's a very famous manufacturer. So you are just taking it. You are just buying it. You are not asking for any certification. See the scenario of other countries. They are not buying anything just like that. They are having a set criteria for everything. We are not having those criteria here. You may have read somewhere regarding Europe. They are having European cyber security. Those laws are there, and as per those laws, they are having compliance security requirement also. So whatever devices to be used in Europe, they should be certified as per some criteria. And that criteria is well defined. What will be the certification body, what type of lab will be there, who can test those devices, who can certify those devices. Otherwise, those devices cannot be used in their system. But this scenario is not there in our country. So just I mentioned in the beginning, we can buy anything. We are just saying the name. This is the name, this is the manufacturer name, it's very famous. So we are just buying it. We are not bothered about other issues. So there are various type of certification. I just mentioned you about the overall system. In that overall system, there are different types of requirement for each and everything. So here we are just targeting on common criteria. Common criteria, this is based upon international standard, ISO IC 15408. There is a separate group also who is working on this common criteria. Generally, they are making this standard, and ISO IC is releasing it. And simply in common criteria, it is called common criteria standard. There are 31 participating countries in that common criteria. It is called CCRA, Common Criteria Recognition Arrangement. So there are 31 participating countries. Out of 31 participating countries, 16 countries are certificate producing country, 15 are certificate consuming country. So means producing country means if they are certifying some product, that certificate is acceptable in all other countries. Okay, and consuming country here means they are accepting all those certificates from those countries. India is one of the certificate producing country, and here the certification body can be the government body only of that country. So here Ministry of Electronics and IT is the certification body for common criteria. I am heading common criteria from India side. And there are various committees at world over for different purpose. So like CCS, CCDB, like CCMC, they are there for different purpose for common criteria. And these committees chairs, it is rotated after every 2 years. So right now I am heading one of the committee also from India side. So in common criteria, as I mentioned to you, this is based upon standard. And what is there in that standard, so let us discuss, and so I can forward. Okay. This is the problem. We are having less time for compliance. This is basically, this is, no, I am just joking. This is a problem overall in SDLC also, like if somebody is there in software side, they are having enough time for everything, but less time for compliance. So, what is the CC, as just I mentioned you, It means to be used as the basis for evaluation of security properties of IT product and system by establishing a common criteria. So common criteria is nothing but we are having common requirement which are part of this standard. And why it is common criteria? Basically this procedure also same. Every country is following the same procedure, same template. Everything is same. So that is why common criteria. It provides cost-effective evaluation of IT products performed to consistent standards, wider choice of evaluated products for consumer, greater understanding of consumer requirements, and greater access to market for developers. So this standard recently revised. Earlier there were 3 parts of this standard. Now there are 5 parts. So I am not reading out everything, but in brief I can explain you. This first part is introduction only. In second part, it talks about functional requirement, basically security functional requirement to be there in any product. And third part is security assurance requirement. So SFR, these are security requirement to be tested, and assurance requirement, they are part of your development life cycle. General model of this common criteria, you can see there is a owner. You can go from any side. You can see owner, value, asset. If somebody is the owner, he value the asset, like power. Asset is having the value, whatever is the asset. Owner impose countermeasure to reduce risk, and risk to asset. Risk is for asset. Similarly, you can see owner impose countermeasure that may possess vulnerability leading to risk, and risk is to the assets. So you can go from any side. Owner may be aware of vulnerability. You can see threat agent give rise to threats, like that. So these are various use cases. Evaluation concept and relationships, you can see there are assurance techniques and then evaluation. Assurance techniques produce assurance. Evaluation give evidence of assurance. Assurance giving confidence, and this confidence is available for owner also. So owner require confidence. That countermeasure, you can see, minimize risk to asset. The basic concept used in common criteria is target of evaluation. It is called TOE. So in any device, like it may be firewall, router, switch, any device you can talk. Wherever you are having security-centric module in your device, that portion which is responsible for your overall security countermeasure, that is generally identified as TOE. TOE security policy, the rules that regulate how assets are managed, protected, and distributed. So all these things, they are provided by the manufacturer. TOE security function, all parts that TOE that must be relied upon the correct enforcement of the TSP. So I am not going in detail there. Time constraint is there. So there are some other concept. Protection profile, security target. So you can have protection profile for similar type of devices, like for example firewall. So for firewall, you can have a set of rules, set of security functional requirements, set of assurance requirement. You are making one document that is called protection profile, and that may be one of the standard or one of the standard document which can be used for any type of protection profile. So those protection profile can be issued by any country also. So like in India, if we are setting up our requirement for any device, for any instrument, like for any device, these should be the security requirement. And I'm capturing all those security requirement at one place. There is a defined template. That document become PP, and any government department then after that enforce that PP that we will procure those devices if they are having compliance to a particular protection profile. After production profile, a document is prepared. It is called security target document. And the laboratory which is evaluating all those SFR, they are focusing only on the security target document. Like in SDLC, it is SRS. So evaluation fundamentals. Our basic objective is to reduce risk. So that is the basic fundamental of evaluation. The basic structure you can see here. There are functional component and assurance component, as I mentioned at the beginning. There is a functional package, production profile. After production profile, you are having security target. Threat and policy, they are defined in any product. And on the basis of that, security objectives and security objectives for the environments are defined. And then on the basis of security objective, functional requirement, assurance requirements are defined. And then on the basis of security objective environment, requirements on the environments are defined. Thanks. I think I am not late. Thank you.
Can I ask Mr. Rathod to hand over a small token of appreciation?
We'll keep on a special program where the session will be with us.
No, basically, whatever I told, I was serious also. Basically, this is the general problem. Basically, wherever we are focusing, we are not focusing on the compliance part, and that is the critical part, very critical part. And that is the major problem in our country. You see any area, we have at one side.
I do agree with this, sir. कि हम तो रेडी हैं कंप्लायंस करने के लिए, हमारी इंडस्ट्री पूरा रेडी है, लेकिन हम क्या रहता है, हम जो है ना बाकी काम में उलझ जाते हैं और जो बेसिकली टारगेट वर्क है उसको कंप्लाई नहीं कर पाते. तो हमारी मोस्ट ऑफ द एनर्जी द वेस्टेज इन द अदर रिलेटेड एक्टिविटी रादर देन द टारगेटेड टाइप ऑफ अचीवमेंट एक्टिविटी. So that's my suggestion, that the focused approach has to be there, and that has to be completed within the stipulated and targeted time. Thank you very much.
I will advise you, all of you, see cost of quality and see what is the factor behind cost of quality. And that cost of quality is because of not very
Thanks for emphasizing on the cost of quality and the importance of compliance. Now we have a panel discussion on how to leverage new age technologies to counter cyber threats for securing energy installations. Basically, we have been speaking from the morning about different IT aspects and the OT aspects very critically. The operation technology per se in the production environment, in the all the power companies, be it generation, transmission or distribution. The OT security part is becoming paramount, and that is where many of the disruptions are happening. And while the IT security environment, the ecosystem is fairly robust, there are still some lacunae in the OT part. So to discuss that, we have a very esoteric panel who will join us here, led by a very capable moderator also. So it's my pleasure to now invite on stage each of the panelists. First, I would like to call on stage Mr. Salil Shamseri, ED, IT and SC and CISO, Satluj Jal Vidyut Nigam. Can we have Mr. Salil on stage? Next, I would like to call on stage Anvaya Bilas Shangupta, Chief Manager and Alternate CISO, Grid Controller of India. Mr. Rohit Sharma, Head Cybersecurity, Adani Power Limited and Adani Transmission. Yes, sir. Anil Kumar Chaudhary, Chief General Manager Technology, Q&I Sustainable Development Unit of ESSL. Can we have Mr. Anil? Deepak Soni, Deputy General Manager, ERP and IT, Delhi Transco. Mr. Devraj Singh, CISO IT Head, IPP GCL. Can we have Mr. Devraj? I don't see him in the hall. Anish Garg, General Manager, State Load Dispatch Center, Delhi. Can we have Mr. Anish? Parag Sharma, CEO and founder of O2 Power. Can we have Mr. Parag Sharma of O2 Power? And to moderate the discussion, Mr. Kuldeep Singh, alternate CISO and Deputy GM IT Security from NTPC.
Will Paragji be joining us? I think this is the panel that we have today, friends. A very good afternoon. I think introductions have already been done. I'm Kuldeep Singh, alternate CISO, NTPC. So first of all, a thanks to Ratorji and a very engaging session from Suresh Chandra sir. So that has made our job very easy, right? Because an afternoon session and after a heavy lunch, so he kept us engaged, Suresh sir, and Rathore sir kept reminding all the time that time is really important for all of us. So without any further ado, let me just give a statistics to you that as of now, India is the second most attacked nation in the APAC region. We are having around 2,000 plus attacks that are happening on every organization per week. And a lot of them are now focused towards the energy installations, especially the critical information infrastructure that is fundamental to all of the other enterprises. And that's why very important to the national and organizational security, obviously, right? So, the important thing is that generally when we are talking about security in energy installations, OT security is one part that is not adequately focused upon. So whenever we are talking about OT security, there are several things that are really different from the normal enterprise IT systems that we are generally aware about. So, inherent insecurity in the protocols that are there, the inverted CIA triad that we have in OT, right? Very fragmented network architecture that we have, legacy infra. The list is long, in fact. And then we have a litany of experts with us today, the industry leaders that are here, who actually are leading their own enterprises, and they are ensuring that how this in particular industry does not fall prey to any of the cybersecurity incident or breach. The task is really difficult. So let us focus, how basically we can, for you people, create a kind of framework, through which any enterprise can go ahead and, see how the things that we should do, what are the things that we should not do to ensure adequate cybersecurity. So first of all, I think we have our senior most leader, Shalil sir, here. So, sir, I would start by asking you that what are the 3 most important cybersecurity risks that you see are there in your particular sector?
Good afternoon. It is a very interesting question to find out the top 3 risks. I am heading corporate contacts department, corporate quality department, being executive director, corporate IT, and the system excellence with all the standards, management standards are there, 27,000, ISO risk management system, and the chief risk officer of the company also. So that I always say that it is zero trust policy. Every risk is important. You cannot find any 3 most important risks. So even me, you, and the sitting on the panel, this mic, everything can be risk. It has to be zero trust. With the artificial intelligence coming, when your voice can be cloned, your appearance can be cloned, that is the biggest threat nowadays, which is not seen anywhere. So it has to be zero trust. That does not mean that person should not work, but there should be check and compliances for everything. So one biggest threat is people. Because people are constantly fighting, hacking the systems. So your people should be reliable. Second threat is technology. Technology now doesn't come when everything is installed. It starts with the technical specification and taking the right vendors as a head of corporate contract that we ensure. And there should be clauses in that for the continual improvement, addition, whatever the upgradation they are doing to be implemented in the scope of the person. And the third biggest risk is the nature. Because we live in the hydro sector, so whatever cyber systems you are having, if there is one earthquake, one flooding, everything will be gone. And however adequate your systems are, they will not be functional, whatever protection system you are having especially for the generating units. So there should be an alternate systems always for the power backups. Suppose your power backup is only from the main line, that it should not. Well, I will give a simple case. When we installed the Napa Jhakli Power Corporation station with 1500 megawatt, the biggest hydro sector generating unit till now in India, it generates the maximum million units. It has the highest plant availability factor of 107, so it's always ready. What happened when it was flooded? The battery bank was on the ground floor. Then all the systems were cut off. So you cannot do anything of the protection or anything. So you have to ensure that power supply is adequate. People are trained for that, and there is a 1, 2, 3 system for that. Only then you can. So because continuous operation is the biggest threat. You can replace the system, you can clean the system. The important thing is how much time you lose in that. And I would like to congratulate our company that we are generating since 2004. There is not a single incident of OT or IT in our company. So I think technology, people, and the nature, these things are the biggest threats. As Chief Risk Officer, we say that we cannot mitigate all the risk. Risk is a very important definition. Some risks are to be borne, like earthquake may happen. Like there will be cyber threats will be there, hackers will always be there. So you have to upgrade the technology at every time. Standard compliance is like all our plants are ISO 27000 compliant. And that's a continuous war. You have to be continuously on your toes. Check your people credentials, check your climate, check your security concern, even the physical security concern, that's the thing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. There were some very great insights. Very quickly, I will go to Anish ji. And Anish, what can you tell us about the cybersecurity risk in the transco sector? That is really important for all of us too.
Yeah, yeah, very good afternoon to everyone. I represent Delhi State Load Dispatch Center. So as we all know, State Load Dispatch Center is a critical infrastructure which has been classified as one by the Government of India. In fact, we have had a cyber attack, attempted cyber attack in October 2023. And after that, we had a detailed audit and a network analysis. And based on that, we have taken certain steps so that such recurrence of cyber attack does not take place. On network side, we have segregated the critical infrastructure with non-critical infrastructure within SLDC itself, and also we are in the process of segregating it from the Delhi Transco network, so that in the times to come, if attack happens on one of the infrastructure, it doesn't affect SLDC and vice versa. Regarding operational side, we are in the process of setting up CSOC, Cyber Security Operations Center and Network Operations Center. Though it will take time, but then the results will be encouraging, and it has been recommended by NCIPC also to us. In audit side, we are having vulnerability assessment penetration test every 12 months, and this will be repeated year-on-year basis. Plus, we have increased the logging size so that the logs of the data are kept for at least 12 months. This has also been recommended by Central Electricity Authority, and we have already implemented it. One more important fact which we have implemented is that next generation firewalls have been installed, which have replaced the earlier ones. So the net effect of all these steps has been that we have not had any other cyber attack after October 23. And we are also having an audit right now, which is further giving us certain steps which we'll be implementing in near future.
Great. So I think interdependence between the installations is also one major risk area. So I would ask Deepak ji to further elaborate on that, because Delhi Transco was one of the party, as he said. So how do you think that? What are the important security risks from you?
Hello. In the power sectors, nowadays without IT, power sectors can't grow. Each and every sphere of the life in the power sector, IT has entered. So even right now we are in the conference. If suddenly some cyber attack is there and light has gone, we always surprised what happened. So cyber threat is there. I am Deepak Soni. In Delhi Transco, we particularly working to isolate the IT and OT network, because SLDC is more concerns for OT network, because they are managing their SCADA system, and this is the most critical. We have declared SCADA network as a CR, critical infrastructure for SLDC. We are on the project. We are going to separate IT from the OT. Presently, we have the common fiber network for the IT or OT system. So as per the CA direction and the guidelines, we are planning to hardcore separate the both system, IT and OT. We are doing on this.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. So I think I would go to Rohit. Rohit, basically, what are the major new age security technologies that you think they are available to us, and we should use them to avoid these kind of risks that we have been talking about?
Thank you. So technology in the last 10 years has taken rapid strides, and when I look at the development that has happened in the last few decades, I am always reminded of something that Lewis Carroll wrote in Through the Looking Glass, that is, to keep pace with this place, you have to run twice as fast to remain where you are. So the pace of technological development is rapid. It is going to be further increasing, and there are technologies which are evolving continuously. So rather than giving you specific technologies, I will give you three broader trends. So first trend that we have seen in the cybersecurity domain is the shift from the defense in depth model to the zero trust framework. So zero trust basically says that there is no implicit trust placed in any entity or any user per se. And the evolution of this framework has basically resulted into 2-3 major technologies, prime of them being SSE and SASE, that is Secure Service Edge and Secure Access Service Edge. So those are two new technologies that have emerged in network connectivity, which we can look at to improve the security of our interconnections, which are a major concern in a highly interconnected system like the power grid. Second broad trend is the evolution of automation in the entire technological space, and cybersecurity domain is also affected by automation. So broadly, automation, if you see, you will see that there has been development of SOAR, that is security, automation, and orchestration response. Then you will see there are technologies like BAS, that is breach and attack simulation, which basically attempts to automate the red teaming activity. And similar automation technologies are evolving in the cybersecurity domains in the various subdomains also. Third broad trend will be the usage of artificial intelligence and machine learning in the protection technologies. So if you see SIEM, we used to hard code the correlation rules earlier a few years ago. Now, recently Microsoft has launched Copilot for Security, which basically aims to give you a generative AI interface, which is similar to ChatGPT, to do queries on SIEM. And that is going to be similar usages across the various subdomains of cybersecurity, like network security or, say, identity security. Similarly, other vendor like Palo Alto has built an entire platform, ground up, to do the detection based on machine learning models. So three broader trends: zero trust, automation, and AI/ML usage. So that is what I foresee in the coming years.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. I mean, it's already here, and now it is AI versus AI. If they can, our threat actors are using AI in such a manner, then why cannot we? In fact, we are using AI ML in almost all of the security solutions that we see. It is not only SIEM, SOAR, it is in AV, it is in next generation AV, EDR, mail solutions, everything is using AI. But again, from here, we need to understand that one side, we are talking about AI, ML, and very advanced technologies that are, from the IT side also, and they are slowly finding their ways into OT as well, obviously all of it with some challenges. But then there is another reality. We have a lot of legacy infra in our power systems. We being a power plants in a SCADA network, we are having a lifetime of 20-25 years. So I would ask Anishji from SLDC that how do you see that this problem is being tackled by enterprises, and what are your views, what enterprises can do so that this never becomes a security concern for all of us?
Yes, we understand our organization, and our experience has been that to segregate the essential, critical and non-critical equipments are of utmost necessity. For instance, web-based shielding software are very susceptible, and as has happened in the past also in some of the load dispatch centers, they are the first one to be attacked by any cyber attacker. So that is the top priority which should be taken by any load dispatcher.
Okay. That's great. Then additionally, again, the introduction of new tech. When we are talking about IIoTs, smart meters, we are talking about cloud integrations, right? So now this is the reality that we'll all have to live in. So when these technologies are being introduced, there is a dark side to it. We are increasing our attack surface. Then there are additional risks that are coming into picture. So Rohit, I would ask this question to you, Amin, that in this case, these additional risks, they are also being created. So what is your view? How we can protect against them, and how much should we adopt them? Right, that is.
Okay, so the major development in the power sector that is happening right now is that we are turning everything into smart. So being smart means that there are going to be a lot of sensors, there are going to be a lot of meters that are going to be put across. So I'll start or delve deep on the smart meter side. So what do you think can be the risk with smart meters beyond, say, modification in the meter data that is going to result in a financial fraud? There are a hell lot of implications which we are not even aware of. So I just saw a recent study which says that if you can compromise 10% of the entire smart meter infrastructure, there is a methodology called load oscillation, using which you can trick the grid. And now, as of now, what we have in the entire power grid infrastructure is that you have isolated systems. Your power plants are isolated from the general population. The transmission lines are separate, and on the DISCOM side also, you don't have any smart device connecting on the consumer side. But consider you deploy 25 crores of smart meters in the entire nation, and now you have 25 crore entry points in the entire nation. What is going to be the impact of that? Then again, there is a method of false data injection on the smart metering infrastructure that again can be used to manipulate electricity markets. That has been a use case proven in the US market. Drilling private information about people. If you see the fidelity of the data that you are collecting from the smart meter side, if you have sufficient fidelity, you can even predict what kind of appliances are built into the homes of the consumers. So there are going to be privacy implications. And as of now, we are struggling with issues like legacy systems in the entire sector. Then there are emerging threats due to this becoming a critical sector. We are not ready for the issues that are going to come forward when we smart everything.
Yeah.
Now, how do we basically protect or do a proactive risk mitigation in this scenario? The first thing that comes into my mind is security by design. So as of now, we don't have control over what has been done in the past. But as we know that the age of all the systems in this specific sector is going to be 20-25 years. So as of now, right now, we have to make sure that whatever we put in the sector, in the landscape now, has to be secure by design. Because security by control is not going to be feasible going forward. So whatever we are going to put, we have to have built-in security for those. Then there are going to be evolutionary technologies that are going to come as and when we see incidents happening. So that has been the irony of this specific domain, that we have been responding to incidents. So Stuxnet basically brought out the issues on the OT security side. Privacy has now become a focal point once we have seen the amount of data breaches that have happened. And just this year, in January, WEF has also declared that AI-generated misinformation and disinformation is going to be a much bigger risk in the medium term and the long term. So security by design and would say some amount of control mechanism when we put these systems inside the landscape.
Yeah, very rightly put. Basically, whenever any new technologies are being put, a thorough review of the security architecture is really important. And for that, we need visibility and control whenever anything is being added into the network. Especially when the plants are so geographically spread, it is really important that we have that kind of visibility and training and sensitiveness of the users towards the risk. I think there is a very, we should turn our attention towards RE sector, right? There is a lot of green energy, green energy addition, capacity addition that is happening now, and RE has become very important part of the overall energy mix. So now, with a very limited manpower, and wafer-thin profit margins, how are the cybersecurity risks with the help of these new age technologies you can manage? So I'll ask this to Anil ji. Sir, what do you think? What we can do to address cybersecurity risks for especially for RE sector in view of these constraints that we already have?
Thank you, Sunil. Actually, threats and what are the security measures that has been discussed since morning and just now also in the panel. And the risk, countering the threat remains the same. Means when you are mixing, let's say solar, you are mixing with this thermal. So this all kinds of mixing is required, and what is the at what time, at what peak this should be mixed, and entire domain is working on the information how this is getting generated, and in what scenario it is generated. It means and so there must be a predictability of the generation of RE. Means what solar power will be generated, there should be a predictability of that, and that prediction should be robust enough for the planning part of the thing. And when then that planning is there, and where the planning comes and where the data analysis comes, the attacks automatically comes in between. And this is, and I will like to take the focus somewhere else also. Let's say this RE part is one thing that is a supply side management. Means you're managing that supply, increasing your capacity. There is another thing that increasing your efficiency. Actually, I belong to Energy Efficiency Services Limited, so that is focusing on energy efficiency also. RE is one part of that. So, and energy efficiency and energy conservation. When you go for the technology side, that some equipment is efficient. Let's say these LED lights are efficient, some motors are efficient, some air conditioning are efficient. So that, how can they be hacked? So that technology is, if you are using it at the end, it is not. But when you are building on it, when you are building demand response, when you are building this smart metering, the data is coming in, analytics is coming in, and the hacking is coming in. So that kind of thing is there. And when I will give some certain number that today's India's per capita energy consumption is 1/3 of the average per capita energy consumption of the world. And at present, India is growing like anything. And by 2040-45, let's say India is going to peak. So what does this peak means? Will it become equal to the world per capita average? So, or it will become US-like. The US-like means 13 times. For being average, it needs 3 times of energy per capita energy consumption. So 3 times of energy it will require. So will these 3 times of energy as of now, and you can extrapolate of that 2045. So will these 3 times or 13 times of energy requirement can be matched by the supply side? So supply side threat is there, then there is another side. We have to be very efficient, very controlled in usage. The control of the usage demand response using this smart metering and this IoT in the industries, and this industry 4.0 itself is an energy conservation method. So as we have experimented that in one of the plant, that in the 4 shifts which what production was done by implementing industry 4.0, it came to the three shifts. So total energy conservation of 1 shift, energy resource conservation, everything. So that kind of potential is there. So we will have to leverage this technology for in any case. And when we are going to leverage it, the attacks will be coming, threats will be coming, and we don't know what kind of things are there. Today, now startups are coming up, those who will be studying your organizations, and they will be telling how you can be hacked. So we must be knowing before the hackers are hacking us, and let us employ these kinds of technologies, these kinds of startups also. That is one thought I'm thinking of.
Thank you, sir. So probably you have very rightly pointed out that technologies are here to stay, right? We cannot stay behind. Then the part is that whenever we are deploying these kind of technologies in OT sector specifically, right? Then we are having two issues, two challenges, I would say. On one side, there is a cost, there is expenditure that is involved in implementation or deployment of these technologies. And on another side, whenever we are introducing these new technologies, there are additional risks that are creeping in. So, Anvay, I think I would ask you this, that these two challenges. First of all, how do you think, how relevant they are to us, especially in OT and obviously in IT as well? And then what can we do, or what are the needs of the enterprises themselves? Do we require any kind of help also from other agencies? So what are your views, Anvay?
Well, thank you, Kuldeep sir, and thanks CA for such a beautiful session. A very pertinent question. Now, I think the question is twofolded. One, obviously, how much cost is relevant? Now, the good old story that suppose you are, a selector of building a team in IPL. Will you invest in a wicketkeeper? The question obviously, the answer obviously is mostly yes. But what if there is no catch behind? And wicketkeeper need not to catch any of the ball in the entire series. So security is something like that. You never will have a cost-benefit analysis on deployment of security. Because security is something, it may be a single day in horizon of 5 years, 7 years. On that day, specifically that security device works and saves entire your organization, your reputation, your data, everything. And maybe for the entire life cycle of that device, it has not worked. There could be many type of security devices like that. But there could be security devices which are essential. Now, how to really balance in that? Now, coming back to very pertinent observations which has been made by all my panelists regarding the technologies which are available and obviously the choice of technology. I see it in a different way. You know, as I represent the load dispatch centers, the grid operation sector, so we deal with OT, we deal with IT, and we basically now try to segregate our entire infrastructure in three major verticals. One obviously is the OT vertical, and even within the OT vertical, there are basically segment of the network which are directly connected to the control systems, and other segment of the network which are more IT than OT. Second is my critical IT infrastructure, which have been declared as CII, which are serving my critical requirements. Third is my enterprise IT. And all these have different need of security. Now, say, for example, I'm just giving you an example. We all talk about putting next generation firewall, etc. Now, suppose I have typically a OT network where the entire data or entire traffic which is coming in is encrypted traffic altogether. And I put a basic next generation firewall. What will be the purpose of that next generation firewall? Will it be able to do a deep packet inspection in layer 7 of those packets which are coming into my OT? So we need to, very judiciously think what technology we should use for what segment. The point is, we should go back to our basics and try to evaluate each risk separately, understand the basic concept of that probability into severity matrix, what exactly is the risk, how I can mitigate that risk, and accordingly select the technology. Technology should not be selected just for leveraging the technology, but it should be judiciously selected. So, from my perspective, how can you have a cost benefit? Or even one of the more important thing when we talk about resources, not only the cost, it's also the availability of technical expertise, availability of manpower in your system. You will find, maybe you have experience, at least I have experienced this, many of the industry, we have deployed many technologies, but maybe 20% or 30% of the capacity of the technology has been harnessed. Because I really don't have that type of a capable manpower to regularly fine-tune that technology, regularly use that technology at best of its stability. So we need to understand whether we are deploying those technologies just for the sake of deploying the technology. So my suggestion obviously will be that first, you properly segregate your IT, OT, and obviously the enterprise IT and critical IT. Then try to understand where are the points where exchanges are going on, what are the basically the attack surfaces, and what type of attack surfaces, what type of data is going on, what type of infiltration can happen over there. Whether these are web-based system where it is open to public, or whether this is a closed system where you really have a facility to whitelist all the traffics, all the users. Accordingly, you have to select technology. Accordingly, you have to deploy the peripheral security, the internal security. Suppose, I'm just giving you an example. Suppose sort of a NAC. Do you really require a NAC exactly in a very, very typically closed OT environment, and what type of NAC is that? Suppose we are deploying WAF in various IT perimeters. Do you require that in the OT segment? So these things need to be evaluated on case-to-case basis, on network-to-network basis, and try to deploy that much of solution which is operable, which is adequate, and basically can be managed through your internal or maybe external resources. And obviously, one point I'd just like to add upon is requiring assistance from the other agencies. You know, cybersecurity is typically a field where collaboration is the most important thing. We all need to collaborate. Agencies like CSERT, NCIPC, CEA, they are doing a great job in supporting the initiatives taken by the utilities. Now, utilities also need to collaborate, have a MISP sort of a platform to share their information, share expertise, knowledge, and to build up a resilient ecosystem of cybersecurity where, because we are an integrated and interconnected system, where basically we can minimize the attack surfaces which is generated from the external world, and trust each other and try to protect our interconnectivity through minimum technologies or securities what is required. Thank you.
Great insights there. So one thing that we all understand, that far as defenders on this side, it is very important to know your enemy, right? So this is one of the things where various IOCs people might have already have heard, right? We are getting a lot of IOCs indicators of compromise from certain NCIPC, and then there are threat intel feeds that are available from the vendors. So I'll quickly go to Deepak ji. So what do you think, how important these threat feeds are for energy sector enterprises specifically, and how do they help in general to have an adequate security posture for an enterprise?
The different agencies, we are thankful that now these days different agencies are there, and CERT has taken initiative, Ministry of Power has taken initiative, and CERT in NCSIPC and vendors also provide some good information to avoid the cyber threat. We all are aware that our power network is interconnected, and there are so many state electricity board, different utilities, different distribution companies, transmission companies, all have their critical infrastructure, all are connected to each other. So common information regarding cyber threats, as rightly said, the collaborative information, collaborative defense system we can generate through the information we get from the CERT or NCSIPC. Likely, CERT and NCSIPC provide the standard specifications for the OT equipments also, so that we can have the same protocol for the communication of the OT equipments, as well as the common cyber threats. Likely, the information also provide us preventive decisions, so that we can take the action before the threat comes to our system. Like in our detail also, certain provide the quite good information, the malware is there in your system. So accordingly, we took the decision and clean our infrastructure. Like this, the informed decision making also play a very important role whenever the cyber threat is there. CERT and the NCSC also provide some action to be taken whenever we have some cyber threat is there, some malware is there, what action we should do. So this type of common information they provide to different utility, so that we can build our cyber security more. We can more strengthen our cyber security, and accordingly we can avoid the cyber threat to our system. So, certain NCCIPC and vendors, even vendors also play a very important role to provide good information for our cyber security.
Yeah, very rightly pointed out. So we are actually having many guidelines and advisories, and there are there is 24/7 monitoring from these agencies as well. So we are getting to know of many security events which actually are potential security incidents. So very quickly now, I think we need to wrap it up also. But please understand, I mean, whenever we are focusing on technology only here, like Salil sir already mentioned, PPT, all the three portions are equally important for all of us. So I think very quickly we will go to every one of our panelists to know of at least one security technology that they think is the most important in our cases, because our our particular area where we are focusing on specific technologies will be helped through that. So I think Salil sir, you can start, and I guess, let me guess, zero trust.
We started with zero trust. The other gentleman had said we have to evaluate the risk. In the government companies, since ITI is there, security of most of data is redundant. They do not require any security. So, what specialization you are having? Like in SJVN, when we are not having any data center. No data center with us. When we started our SAP ERP, we put the data center with the professionals. So there is not a single breach of the incident is there. So use specialists, because we are all journalists especially in the government sector. And especially in the top is also a really journalist. So that is one thing. Second thing, do not mix the technology. Like in the ERP, we are having SAP, so there's nothing else. All modules are of SAP, like e-procurement and every finance, every module's vendors interaction is SAP. So there's only single technology, there's no interface of technology is there. So because we are not expert on technology. Most of the technology is not developed in India. Fortinet, everything, SAP is developed outside the world, the people, and we cannot think that we can evaluate them on the basis of their efficiency. I think it's a very simplest admission. Because they are doing research there, so you have to believe in some technology worldwide and you use. And then, second thing we believe only on OEMs. Like our OEMs, agar Schneider is there, our Voith is there, then we believe in them. Unless they recommend us to take any cyber security protection, we do not take it. Lots of marketing people come to it. And we always recommend what you are suggesting, like DHL suggested, for our Windows upgrade and what are the Windows are the biggest threat in the OT. That is the biggest threat in the OT operating system, how to use it. Otherwise, it is all in island mode. So how to use that, and every threat there has come. So we always believe in the OEMs, whatever they recommend to us. We do not put too much thoughts. And we take it and we ask them, in the every contract is there, when the control and instrumentation is there, that they have to upgrade everything. And the AMC also. And some portion of risk also lies on them. It is not that if we have a generation loss, they will get free. So risk is also pardon that. That is from your side, you will have to share the things. Then the performance guarantees we are having for that purpose. So believe in one technology, one person. That's why our SJVN is working. I think we have never, since 2004, we are running the biggest power plant. And we are having plant availability factor more than 105. That is the highest in India. And I was head of quality earlier also. So these systems are also built in the technical specification. So the responsibility because ultimately OEMs has to generate. OEMs are also watchdogs. They do not want their machines to the nervous. So they have all the capable practices also. So don't go by the book that my CMD has read a new book that was used to be jargon, and that is to be implemented as change management. I have been handling change management since the very first day. We are the only company who is certified with ISO 31000 as the risk management system. We got the SAP ACE Technology Award also, digital transformation. So that's why my simple thing, keep it simple. The thing you understand, use it that only. When that rightly said, most of the risks are not risk. whatever the ERP system is there, that is not a risk. Our balance sheets are open, our every contract is open, our every technology is open, our tenders are public, everybody knows which technology we are using. All the correspondence, you do not need much security threat for that. And we have given it to specialists at the data center. They maintain it, they have got the chart, they are daily send us so many threats we have managed. The only chance is the people. Suppose with the software, they have the password for entering the system. If they misuse it, then nothing can be done. Obviously, production systems are there, but that is a big thing. Most of the cases which I'm coming in an organization, that is a WhatsApp cloning, it's artificial intelligence cloning, somebody behaving like CMD to you. That's the only thing we are finding it. Otherwise, and our OT is, since luckily our machines are from the OEMs of the reputed companies, Siemens and everything. So we never found any risk. Not a single risk has happened in that case. So I think risk compared to the cyber security involvement we are having is very minimum, hardly 5-10%. Then the thinking that largely said it is probability into severity matrix. How much loss can it occur? Suppose my whole ERP data is stolen. What is their financial figures, tendering, generation data? Then what will happen? Anyway, it is public, and anybody can take for RTA. So it is maybe good for some intellectual property rights. People are doing some research in the research center. In the they should not get their secret cloud. Another new thing that has come, that is the blockchain, which we are now trying to understand and implement. Blockchain is one of the few things where you can verify the authenticity by mining. So we are trying to put the things. So everything should be public. Everything should be verifiable, especially for the government company. And who does the thing? That should be identified. Most of the time, what we get the security is some malware from the Pakistan, it has come in the system. But what can it do? As a chief risk officer, I don't find it. I find better risk, much critical risk as natural disasters, our less of technology. We cannot upgrade the technology. That is the biggest risk. Every contract should have that. It should not be end of service. You have to make it continuous pay, whatever thing, a technology, at least for life of the plant. You have to make it, even the company vanishes, you have to make some arrangement for that. That contract clauses are to be put up. So that the risk which is the OEM should not come to us. The risk should be built in the contract itself. So as I'm having contract for so many times, we awarded the biggest solar power project, 5,000 crore to Tata for that thing. So because they are the specialists, they have because everybody are the developers. That's how I think.
Got it, sir. Got it.
I think it should be basic principles. I think what we know, what we can deliver, and always take the help of a specialist, especially the OEMs, whom you can put the contractual responsibility. Like we have never interfered with the SAP systems. We have not allowed any other software to enter it. So that entire responsibility of SAP. And they help us also. That we got the ACE award also. And that's my humble submission. I'm not an expert on this. But that is the way of doing the things.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your perspective on the cyber security and the risk. Anil sir, please, very briefly, basically, in the interest of time.
Everything has been very elaborately covered. So I will just tell one thing. When we are working in island mode, the risks are absolutely less, and that we have observed all the time. When our banking was on island mode, there were never the security risk of this cyber security risk and all those things. As soon as our operations come into the picture, and when they are all interconnected, the risk is there. Even simple lighting thing of the street lights, when they were centralized, controlled and monitored, they came into the risk because they were controlled centrally. So cloud systems were there and everything. So and when we are going for such a big transformation, why we are going to peak and we are going to become the third largest economy, and even energy efficiency even itself is going to be one of the producer of energy. Green energy, thermal power plant, solar power plant, all the things, and energy efficiency, one of the producer. And which market is around 4 lakh crores by 2032. So if this around 4 lakh crores by 2032 means what kind of investments will be coming, what kind of technology will be coming, everything will be coming, and so threats will be also coming. So we have to counter those kinds of threats. Thank you.
Thank you. Anishji, very quickly, one technology which you like to add in your enterprise.
Well, in my
Security technology, obviously.
in my opinion, one size does not fit all. It depends from situation to situation and from criticality to criticality.
Yes, yes.
So I won't name any single technology for this.
Okay. Please, Deepak ji.
Nowadays, as you, I will talk about the cloud server and cloud services. So, Ministry of Power, NCCIP, and CERT has made the cyber security is very important for the management also. So, sometime our management also try to keep away IT from our power infrastructure from the IT, so to avoid cyber threat. So, I'm telling you one my practical experience. We are planning to switch our data center to cloud, but most of our management head officers was thinking that it will attract the cyber threats. So I would like to give one important point for this cloud security. Cloud security is also very important aspect, and certain and NCCIP should also give the guidelines regarding cloud security.
Very, very good. Because it is already there, we need to be prepared for it. Yeah, please, sir.
Only thing, we are also studying the artificial intelligence, the behavior of certain persons doing in this. Like you are seeing the thing that I am a robot. It is a simple tick sign. Anybody can do it artificially, but the way it is done, it is the thing which can tell it has been done by the machine or not. So any regular activity, that is a very highly scientific area, where some development is going on, but we are trying to wonder how to integrate with our systems is still a task. Thank you.
Rohit?
So, I'll sum up with two atypical words. First is the watermelon effect. Now, what is the watermelon effect? Let me explain. Okay. So, when you present the reports of cyber risk to your management, everything seems green on the outside. But the real scenario is everything is red. So, don't make your reports like a watermelon. If there is an issue which needs management attention, kindly bring them to notice, because all said and done, power is a critical sector for our nation. The rest of the economy stands on this specific sector. And when a cyber attack can happen, it's always a certainty that sooner or later we are going to face a substantial severity cyber attack, and that might be part of adversarial action or a generic cyber crime. But sooner or later it is going to happen, and we ultimately would be accountable for what happens in this sector, being the custodians of this specific risk for our respective organizations. So I'll sum up with the word TINA. There is no alternative except us mitigating this risk for our entire organization and ultimately for the sector itself. That is my 2 cents on this.
Anmay, your concluding remarks.
Yeah, I'll try to be very quick and very
There are a lot of
I'll just try to highlight 3 things. Number 1, obviously, and 3 things, because I again will try to iterate that enterprise IT, critical IT and OT do require different solutions. For enterprise IT, I believe a lot of technology is available, but the 4 most important thing is observability. So technologies like user entity behavior analysis, network behavior analysis will give you the observability in SOC, because there basically it's more a user concentrated things, and you really cannot avoid the threats or avoid those incidences. You need to be quickly understand or identify them and take mitigating action. Second, your critical IT, again critical IT is exposed to internet, so you really have threats. So there I believe how quickly you can restore, how quickly you can recover. So having a very robust disaster recovery system is very important. Having proper clone, all those things are very important, which maybe we have not touched upon. Cloud security obviously is a major part, but cloud security, you have to be very cautious. When you are going for cloud, we think, okay, cloud comes with cloud security. It's not exactly like that. Cloud comes with some basic cloud security. There are components which are basically you have to buy. You have to pay additional for that. So you have to be very selective while you are leveraging cloud technologies, what type of security you need to buy. Third, in OT, obviously the interconnection, IT-OT interconnection. We have done certain POV, all those things with data diode type of technologies to have a unidirectional communication. Filtering all those data is very important. IT-OT interconnection, how to secure that for the OT, obviously the most important thing. And again, I'll again try to give you that thing that the bottom line is you really cannot avoid the way threats are coming, state-sponsored attackers, all those things, you really cannot avoid attacks. You must have proper visibility and have a resilient system so that you can quickly recover from any sort of disaster. That is the technologies you need to.
Thank
The cloud that we use is the private cloud, and it is we purchase all the hardware as per our specification and as per its specification. All SAP certified hardwares were put up. Actually, it is let's say our data center being managed by the professionals. So all infrastructure server, there is no connection with the other things, and all hardware is SAP certified. And they all also do the audit of this infrastructure timing and suggest which modifications are to be done. Then we upgrade the hardware and the software for that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is the power of the panel. I mean, diverse opinions come into being. We have some security, hardcore security practitioners in the panel. Then we have someone from IT side, hardcore IT, I will say. People who are managing both IT as well as OT. Somebody from energy efficiency from at a high level, from top level management also. I would conclude and summarize by saying two things. First of all, there is a very cliched remark everybody had heard, that there are only two kind of enterprises in the world. One who have been compromised, one who they don't know that they are compromised, right? So complacency is never the end game in case of cybersecurity. You'll always have to be on your toes to see what you're not able to see right now. So I think we had some pretty good insights from every part. Thank you. Thank you very much. You have been a very patient audience. Thank you.
Panelists, and before we disperse, may I request Mukesh, first I will request Kuldeep to hand over a token of appreciation to all the panelists. Can we have that? Anvaya Bilash Sengupta. Salim Samshiri. Rohit Sharma. Anil Kumar Chaudhary. Deepak Soni. Anish Garg. Now may I request Mr. Mukesh Kumar to come and hand over a token of appreciation to our moderator, Mr. Kuldeep Singh. Thank you. And can I request Mr. Mukesh Kumar to stay back? Now we have the presentation on the cyber supply chain risk management, and it's a Ministry of Power initiatives. And Mukesh Kumar, Senior Manager, CSIRT Power, will make this presentation. Over to you.
So good afternoon. This is last presentation for today. So I hope that you will be remain seated, and I promise you that I will make it quick enough. So myself Mukesh Kumar, I am currently working with CSAT Power, which has been formed by an order of the ministry to look after the cybersecurity in power sector. So it's a pleasure to be here today and discuss with you one of the emerging challenges in cybersecurity, and that is supply chain cybersecurity. So we shall be discussing the current and future cyber threat landscape and the challenges posed by them, and how to adopt the risk management cycle to manage cybersecurity of supply chain, and the key initiatives taken by Ministry of Power in this regard. So today, here we are. This is the cyber threat landscape as per the NISA Threat Landscape Report 2023. And as per this report, there are 8 prime threats. And it is mostly dominated by ransomware, DDoS, and data leakage. And if we see the current situation of supply chain attack, it lies just below. But if we move fast forward and move up to 2030, according to the same agency, the supply chain attack will become the #1 prime threat. So that threat we have to mitigate, and the challenges that is coming from the supply chain. So why NISA is projecting that supply chain attack will become the #1 prime threat? That answer lies in the complexity and lack of visibility and transparency in the supply chain. So as a system integrator or as an end user, you have the visibility of your system integrator and external service provider. And it is max up to tier 1. But after that, there is negligible visibility and transparency of the component suppliers. And in the supply chain, if the weaker link becomes compromised, then there is threat of the whole supply chain. So how to manage or mitigate the supply chain cybersecurity? So there are 4 key elements as per NISA that we have to adopt. And the first one is to understand the supply chain. You understand your critical product, their providers, you understand the potential risk that, that is coming from your system provider. Then you have to manage a supplier relationship, have policy and procedure in place. Then you have to have a mechanism for vulnerability handling and patch updation. Then finally, you have to move toward the secure by design product and the quality of products and services. So by adopting these 4 key elements of cyber supply chain risk management, Ministry of Power has taken various initiatives, and they are trying to build an ecosystem that includes one side vendor and another side utility and moderated by ministry or government. And this initiative includes cybersecurity testing frameworks, a trusted vendor scheme, then model contractual clauses, then cybersecurity fight and site testing. So we will look briefly one by one these key initiatives taken by Ministry of Power. So this is very important and much publicized order by ministry regarding the cybersecurity testing, in which they have mentioned 3 things. First, that all imported equipment and component has to be tested in India. Then second, if you are importing from prior reference country, then you have to take a special permission. And third, if that special permission is granted, then you have to test those products as per the in the designated laboratory of the Ministry of Power. So this is a 2nd July 2020 orders, and in amendment to that orders, the ministry has designated CPRI as the nodal agency, and they have listed the OT and IT equipment that has to be tested as per this scheme. So this is the list of OT equipment and IT equipment. In OT, they are telling to test all the RTU, IEDs, and smart meter for the communication protocol conformance testing, and all the IT equipment that has to be certified as per the common criteria recognition agreement for all the imported products. And if you are importing from the prior reference country, then all product has to be tested in India as per IC3S based scheme that is managed by STQC. Then the second initiative in the pipeline is the scheme of trusted vendor system. The scheme is a self-disclosure based scheme under which the vendor of designated product shall be identified as a trusted vendors, and product has to be bought from the trusted vendor source only. If these products are not procured from the trusted vendor, then again the testing clause will be implemented. So the obvious benefit includes the enhancement trust in the procurement process, then saving of cost and time overrun in the complete testing of the product, and we will have the major visibility and transparency in the supply chain. Then the third one is the model contractual clauses. And these clauses has the provision that has to be included in bid document, and the goal is for asset owners and provider to come together and adopt a common clauses that will help ensure security integration in the system. And it includes the clauses related to disclosure of identified vulnerability, availability of maintenance and support contract, availability and timely release of patches, then active support of the OEM in case of any security incident in the utility. Then there will be the clauses related to obsolescence management for the legacy system. And the applicability of MCC includes all vendors, that includes OEM, system providers, security providers. Then last one is the mandate of cyber FAT and cybersecurity site assessment test. And this is mandated by the guideline issued in the power sector in 2021 and the draft regulations. And as per this, all the responsible entities shall ensure that essential cybersecurity tests are carried out successfully during FAT and SAT. And in the draft regulation also, has to be, all the documents retaining to FAT and SAT has to be maintained for the any audits. So these 4 key initiatives has been taken by the Ministry of Power to build an ecosystem to manage the emerging threat of supply chain that is still there, but it will be coming the large way for the upcoming decades. So for this, I conclude my session. Thank you.
Can we have the token of appreciation? Thanks, and with that, we conclude the deliberations on today's National Sustainable Energy Innovation Conclave. Thanks for participation.
You're welcome to join for the tea
Yeah, you can join for the tea session, which is there.